Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, it looks like everybody has joined us. Just a second, everybody. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, as I was saying, everybody has joined us, so that means we're live. Yeah, today is a rare stream on during the daytime on Wednesday. Usually I stream Wednesday nights for sports night, and if I'm not able to do retro night on Monday night, then I do retro night on Wednesdays. But the reason why I'm streaming during the daytime on a Wednesday today is because it's just my son photo editing stream. I mentioned this. What was it? Oh, I thought for a second. What was that? Oh, okay. Let's check something. Okay. Okay. Never mind. I thought there was something going on, but that was just my imagination. Anyway, as I mentioned, my live notification, and I also mentioned this past few streams that uh, there would be that with the street hockey tournament photos that I took a couple of weekends ago. If everything was good, I'd be editing them on stream today, and that's what's happening. So yeah, it's yeah, so that's why streaming during the daytime on a Wednesday. Yeah, yeah. Usually you see me streaming Wednesday nights on yeah. Usually see me streaming Wednesday nights for sports night, and for retro night if I'm not able to do it on Mondays. But yeah. So today it's actually the I'm actually going to be doing a photo editing stream. So that's why it's a daytime stream today on Wednesday. Um, yeah, so it's the street hockey tournament photos as I mentioned, and yeah, this tournament is part of the Play On series of hockey tournaments that goes on across Canada. Yeah, there's like it happens all summer long across Canada. This Play On tournament, and there was one in Calgary a couple of weekends ago. So I went there and got a lot of photos, and a good number turned out well. So yeah, that's why this photo editing stream is happening, and yeah, you'll be able to see the magic of photo happening. Be able to see the magic of photo editing happening live again. Second time in 1.5 week span. So yeah, yeah. This was just such a fun tournament to attend. I really enjoyed it. Um, I really enjoyed this. Enjoyed taking these photos, and I really enjoyed watching these games. And definitely, street hockey tournament in the summer is definitely something that is a really Canadian thing to do. So it was a really fun experience there. Um, okay, let me just yeah, just have to confirm something first before we move on, and because I know you're not here to uh, oh, okay, just had to make sure everything looked right, and it does. Okay, so just had to make sure everything looked right. Okay, so and now you're not here to hear me talk for the next 5 or 6 hours or however. Like now, because of the number of photos that I took, I don't know if I'll be able to get through all of them. I'll get through as many as I can in this stream, but and then the rest, and then the rest of the photos, just like with the classic car show photos, I'll edit them off stream, and then when they get posted, they get posted. So yeah, but anyway, so we'll get on with the photo editing because yeah, you're not here to hear me talk for all this time. Here to see some street hockey photos and some and some photo editing. So we'll get started now. Now with this, now with street or not street, but with sports photography in general, it's a little different compared to event photography, nature photography, portrait photography. It's like you have to try and stop the action. It's more important, and it's very important that you try to. I didn't think that there would be any chromatic aberration here. That's something that you definitely have to check. But yeah, it's with sports photography, it's definitely different compared to a lot like nature photography, event photography, portrait photography. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to stop the action. So what I do now, this is what I do. I use and I'm sure there are photographers who also do this. I don't know the percentage or how many or anything. Like this is what I do. I use shutter priority mode. Now, with how fast you make the shutter speed, it really depends on what kind of action you're trying to capture and how fast the action is moving. Uh, like with this one, I tried it with 1/250th of a second shutter speed and seemed to work out pretty well. And then somehow, uh, like the last set of photos, somehow accidentally put it or the last few photos, I don't know, 15 or stuff like that. Like there's a lot of photos anyway, so 15 out of however many I got is a small percentage. But yeah, it went to 1/160th and it didn't work. So I know 1/250th does work for street hockey since the action isn't moving as fast. Now, if this were say motorcycles, like in the Penticton Peach Parade, yeah, the Vancouver Police Department motorcycle stunting or whatever it's called, because of how fast they move, yeah, 1/250th would be too slow, so you have to go up to like 1/500th of a second for a shutter speed. Um, I don't know if you've ever seen my photos from the Pentown Throwdown, like the skateboarding and BMX competition at the Penticton Beach Festival. But that, because of how fast they can move, I put it the shutter speed there at 1/500, just because they move so fast. With the motocross photos that I've taken, that also is something that happens at the Penticton Beach Festival. Uh, because of how fast they're all moving, especially when they're trying to do their tricks and with the bikes and all that. I put it at 1/500th because it's so fast paced. With this, like as I was capturing the action, I tried out 1/250th, and because I didn't think it would be because it wasn't as fast paced, because it was a little slower pace. I didn't go with 1/250th. I tried or I should say I did go with 1/250th. I didn't try 1/500th because I didn't think it would be yeah, that fast paced here. And yeah, definitely it wasn't super fast paced. Yeah, yeah, it definitely worked at 1/250th of a second for the shutter speed. And I was able to capture some nice action photos. But maybe next time when I do or when I take photos at something like this, whether it's hockey or basketball, or I should say street hockey or basketball or um, some other event like this, maybe I'll try 1/400th and see how that works, if that makes any difference or not. I do know 1/60th is a little too slow. So what you saw me first do was well, it was rotate the picture, but doing it via the crop tool. Hey, Rise, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, I haven't missed anything. Yeah, I'm just on the first photo here. Oh, and thank you for the host. I really appreciate it. How's your day going? All right, so yeah, what I just did was I just did the crop and did the rotate that way, then that way would make it easier. Now with also sports photos, uh, now with these photos, there's as you can already see in the background there, they're like the way the area, like the Marta Loop, 33rd Avenue area was set up. There were like not in the intersections, of course, but like along in between the intersections of roads. They had a bunch of rings set up, and there's some that are in the shade. So yeah, with the ISO, because of the mixture, I sometimes have had some. Most of them, I think, are in 250 ISO, just because I was moving quickly between. I was moving between games and immediately taking photos. But yeah, I was. There are some 100, so yeah, definitely with shade, 250 ISO to or 100 ISO for the sunlight, of course, and 250 ISO for the shade. If it was cloudy, I'd probably have moved up the ISO to 400. And I think that's how sensitive the light becomes. If you put a high ISO, you start to see some grain showing up on the photos. So yeah, when it's like this. Like you only want those higher ISOs, like at nighttime, just so that we can maybe open up the aperture and also help with the shutter speed not being too slow. Because when the shutter speed is too slow, then you start getting some blurry images if you're holding the camera in your hands. Yeah, this we want, and also with editing sports photos, this isn't even like trying to edit event photos, depending on what it is. Because as you saw during my during the photo editing stream of the classic car show, I was trying to get as much detail out of it because, well, with the cars, you want all that detail. With regular event photos, don't really have to do too much there. You can do basic editing, and that's about it. And with sports photography, it's the same thing. You don't have to do a whole lot of editing, just a little bit, like maybe to increase the exposure, especially when it's in the shadows. You're gonna probably see this later on. You want to increase the exposure a lot and try and get as much out of the shadows, just because, well, when it's already in the shadow, and you'll see that sometimes the images get a little underexposed just because of the fact that it is in the shadow of a building. All right, so we'll increase the contrast just a bit. This you don't have to do. Well, you know what? I'll just go there before I continue on with all the editing. You don't really have to do a lot of these types of things. Like you don't have to do a color enhancer. You don't really have to do dynamic contrast because you're not trying to get as much detail possible out of all this action. Maybe some sharpening will be needed. Depending on what's going on in the image. Tone enhancers again, only if after the basic editing you still have a little trouble with getting some getting the image to properly be exposed. With no detail or clarity, because yeah, again, when you're trying to stop action, yeah, you're not trying to get kind of detail out of it. Let's see what we do. Highlights. We want to decrease the highlights. Okay, so the midtones a little, and we want to do the midtones a bit. No. Shadows a bit. Okay, now we want to decrease those whites. Hold on, I'll just be right back. I just got to do something quickly. Right, everybody, I'm back. So yeah, whites we had a decrease. Let's see, those blacks will decrease a little bit. Again, we're not trying to get too much detail out of it, so we'll increase the structure just a tad, not too much. Okay, let's see what happens when we decrease the haze. But we don't really have to do too much of that. As you can see, I'll probably be using again on one photo raw a lot because there isn't as much dramatic aberration since I'd zoomed in. I'd use my 17 to 50 millimeter lens. The reason for that was because these rings were a lot smaller compared to some of the or compared to what a real hockey rink was. Like since it was just the width of the street and a little long, so in that way it would look. It wasn't too long, so yeah, 17 to 50 was able to capture a lot of the action. Yeah, I didn't really have to do the zoom lens with the 70 to 300, so yeah, it's gonna be at 50 millimeters a lot, so yeah, we don't have to do a lot of saturation, a lot of vibrance. Need, yeah, I don't think we'll need too much sharpening, but yeah, we don't really have to do that much. That's what happens when you take it all the way. A little bit of sharpening here, then you know, wait, hold on, let's see what happens when we take away the sharpening. We didn't really have to do too much sharpening, did we? Maybe a little, not that much. That makes it a little too much. That is okay. That's okay sharpening. Let's just check. Yeah, so a little bit, but not too much. Okay, and let's make sure we get into the right folder. This, okay. Which number was this? Let me just check the folder number first, so that way I get the right one. Okay. Right, then we'll do that. Okay, and now we'll export that again. Like I said, maybe a little bit of sharpening will be needed some of these images, but not a whole lot of sharpening. Okay, so now on to this next one, and there's some more action. And as you can see, some of the action is in the shadows. It's a little tougher trying to take pictures when there's a mix of both shadows and of action there. Or yeah, both the shadow. I should say, taking pictures of anything. It doesn't matter if it's action or stuff when there's both sunlight and shadows. Gotta try and do the best you can. So that should be straightened there. Just check to make sure there's no dramatic aberration here. And oh, we don't want the details. So the exposure like that, not too much contrast. This you don't have to do a lot of contrast with either, since it's since again it's sports photos. And raise those midtones. The shadows are, yeah, raise the shadows a little bit. Hey, Effects, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Hope your day goes well. Alright, so there's the shadows a little bit, so we'll turn on those whites here as best as we can, because, yeah, some of these guys were wearing white shirts, so, yeah, thanks, Effects, and it's, good, and welcome back to Twitch. I know sometimes it gets a little busy that you're not able to go on Twitch much. Right, so we'll do the So we'll turn on the blacks like that now with the, so this is a little tougher to decide whether or not to go with daylight or shade because of the mixture. I think daylight might be better there. Then we do a little bit of sharpening here, not too much. Because if we go all the way, ends up being a little too much. Yeah, so we want a little bit of sharpening, not too much there. And we want a little bit of sharpening here. See, that made it a little too crunchy, so a little bit, not too much. Just a little bit. And now, as you can see, you don't have to do as much work on sports photos compared to some of the others. Yeah, like as you noticed, compared to the classic car show photos, we can we don't have to get as much detail out of it simply because well, this is action, and with action, you don't want to get yeah, I don't want to go too haywire with the editing, especially with the details. You're not trying to get detail out of it. Ooh, yeah, I think I might have bring that a little too much. And as you can see with photo editing, sometimes there's a lot of back and forth when it comes down to trying to get the editing right. Well, here's a guy who made a save. Yeah, you'll see probably a lot of photos of shots and saves. I don't know if I was able to get any goals. Many times when I got the pictures, the goalies saved it or were trying to save it, or it went wide. Yeah, this wasn't the game, but I forget which game it was. But one of them, the ball flew so high that it landed in someone's plants. Yeah, so when that, because along this street also, I think there were some apartment complexes or something like that, and so somebody had their plants out, and the ball flew, and it was like on the first level or something like that, and the ball flew high and landed in that person's plants. So yeah, when that person checked their plants, they probably got an interesting surprise there. Okay, and yeah, one thing that you see, sometimes there's a lot of back and forth with editing photos. Like you think you have it right, and then see, oh, maybe I have to do this a little more. So yeah, sometimes even after you edit photos, sometimes you go back and you realize, oh, maybe I did a little too much there, or maybe I didn't do enough, or maybe this is missing. Right, so there's the exposure. There's the contrast there. Okay. Um, that's a little dark. That looks okay. Raise up those midtones there. Shadows there. Right, and I want to decrease that. Blacks. And yeah, that looks pretty good there. Not too much structured there. Okay. Just a bit of haze removal because yeah, it was right there and zoomed in. So this one will probably use daylight and not too much saturation or vibrancy. And the other one, well, I'll just go back after I'm done with this, and then again a little sharpening, not too much. Okay, and then yeah, that's gonna be too much sharpening, so let's turn it down to about there. But yeah, I think I'll have to just remember I might have forgotten a couple of things on the last image. So remember I was just talking about sometimes you have to go back and forth with the images because it's like, oh, I forgot this. Oh, maybe this could work. So this is what I was talking about. Oh, it tells me I forgot. Yes, I did forget that. Didn't forget daylight one. So again, okay. So let me just go back in here. Get rid of that image here. Okay, and haze, we don't really have to do too much haze removal. Um, Saturation bits. saturation not too much. And then a little bit of vibrance, not too much. Okay. And I think, like I've seen the commercial for the play on. Wait, there did I do it? Oh no! Wait, oh yeah, here I did it. That's right. That's right. That's right. I did do it there. Okay, and then okay. I thought there was a repeat, but it's not a repeat. It was just uh no, it was just like taking a couple photos. And this is another thing. Like when it comes down to the shooting mode, like on a DSLR mirrorless camera, maybe it's also on a point and shoot camera. You'll see a couple of knobs on the left hand, on the top, like on the top of the camera, and it'll be on the left hand side, and you'll see some buttons. The one like in the middle button on that knob, what it does is allows you to choose shutter priority and all that. Then there's a button like right on the edge of the bottom left of the top of the camera. You press that, and then you have to um, use the. You turn the like bottom part of that knob, and that'll change how um, what kind of what kind of shooting mode you're in. Like the default, it'll always be in is single point shooting mode. All right, and so or single shot shooting mode, if you will. So basically, when you press the button there, the what is it called, the shutter button or whatever the button is called, when you press it, you'll if it's on S, you'll just get one shot and that's it. Now what you do is when you rotate that, you press that other button and rotate the bottom part of that knob, uh, you'll see a CL, which is continuous low, CH, which is continuous high. That's the one that you want when you shoot sports, either CL or CH, whichever one you're comfortable with. If you want a lot of shots each time now you have to keep pressing now you have to keep the button pressed for a long period of time in order for you to get more shots. But the longer you press them, you'll get higher frequency of shots. If you have it on CH, it might be a little slower on CL, but either CL or CH, and that's what you want for sports, simply because you're trying to get action stopped. All right, when it comes down to sports photography, and so that's the better way to stop the action than the single shot. Because sometimes you might miss something, like uh, like in some of these images, you might see a couple of shots that seems like a repeat, but then you realize, oh, the guy's in a different position and he stopped the ball. He's trying to cover the ball, whereas the ball got stopped and then he's covering it, or he thought he saw the ball and it ended up in the net. So yeah, that's what you and that's why I had it on CH. So that way I would catch those. I would catch those action shots there, those moments when either there was a save, maybe a potential goal getting scored, um, a shot being made that might have led to a goal or not. Some action where maybe some guys uh, were maybe checking each other or trying to get the ball in a certain direction. And the reason I do that is again with sports and even with any action shots, you want multiple. And this is especially true if one of them ends up blurry and the other doesn't. That way, you have one that you can use at least, or multiple that you can use, and you can throw out the one that didn't work. But yeah, you want that continuous shooting mode. And also, there's another button somewhere along the side, the left-hand side of the camera, and when you press that and you use the back knob on your DSLR or mirrorless camera, that will determine what kind of focus mode you have, whether it's AFS, which is single point, so you'll only be able to get stuff in focus at that single point, or EFC, which is continuous and however many the focus points that are default in the camera, and then there's AFA, which is autofocus, and uh, which basically has the camera decide what is the right shooting mode. And um, yeah, I don't know if I don't know if I chose AFC or AFA. I thought I chose AFC, but when I was changing the focus mode from AFC to uh, back to AFS for the walk I went on Monday with my brother, as I was taking I took a few shots there of nature. Said AFA, so I don't know whether I changed it to AFA or not, but instead. But yeah, really, when it comes down to taking sports shots, you want or any action shots, you want AFC because sometimes the camera can get it wrong with what you're trying to get. But luckily, it worked out here. But yeah, but like that. Yeah, when it comes down to action, especially sports, you want that CH, which is continuous high frequency, which will get you a lot more frames for the sports shots because the many different things that are going on with the action that's going on in real time, and will stop it and give you all parts of what it is you're trying to shoot at there. And as you can see, he's trying to cover up the ball, but there's the ball. Um, and it fell out. So let's let's increase the exposure a bit. Don't need to do too much contrast. Again, contrast in action shots, especially sports, especially in sports photography, yeah, it's not really needed there. Turn on the highlights a bit, those mid-tones. As you can see, it is a bit more of a challenge when it's both sunlight and there's also some shade. But you just do the best you can, work with what you've got when it comes down to taking photos, especially when it's outdoors. Indoors, again, you just do the best you can with what you have there. Okay, so turn down those blacks a bit. Not too much structure. Not trying to get detail out of this. The haze, no, wasn't do that much. Not too much there, and we'll do daylight here. Just a bit of saturation, because again, it goes on to sports photos, you don't have to go all the way like that. Like I said, a little bit of sharpening there. Oh, and okay, we don't want too much sharpening there. We don't have to do that. See, enough sharpening because we're not trying to get details out of the jerseys. We're not, since this isn't that wasn't this is the street hockey action there. And at this, I don't know if you'll see it or not, but at this street hockey tournament, they also had a booth where you could fill your bottles with Gatorade. Same game. Okay, it is the same game. I was wondering, is it the same game? Because this guy has numbers in green, but yeah, it is the same game. But as you can see, it was great weather for the hockey. Yeah, it was hot there, so yeah, I had to make sure I kept hydrated, and I had 2 bottles of water, so yeah, that helped me out. But with the Gatorade booth, I didn't really need it because I had the 2 bottles of water with me. Um, now, maybe it may have helped have the 7300, but I wouldn't be able to zoom in more than I'm guessing from looks of this, maybe 85, 90, just because 90 millimeters, I mean 85, 90 millimeters, just because of the, um, just because it the action wouldn't wasn't that far away. But if this was a hockey rink, then or even or an indoor soccer rink, I have like a lot of you know I did blogging at one point for the Smiley Soccer League, and that time I didn't have a DSLR. I had a point and shoot camera to take photos, so it was a little more of a challenge to zoom in. Like it did zoom in, but it would be a lot more dark. And of course, because it was JPEG, there was no way I would have been able to edit it nicely. And I don't think I had any photo editing software at the time anyway. But yeah, if this was like an indoor soccer rink or regular hockey rink or something like that, then yeah, there's no way I would have used the 17 to 50 millimeter lens. I would have used instead the 70 to 300. And this was zoomed in at, let's see if I can, 50 millimeters, yeah. So again, let me just check. No chromatic aberration. You noticed with that 70 to 300, or not 70 to 300, but with that 17 to 50 lens, there's more chromatic aberration when it's at 17 and about 40 millimeters than when it's at 50. There's not much chromatic aberration, if any at all. So yeah, I was just checking to see if there was any, because yeah, it turns out, yeah, there wasn't. And actually, one of the things that, one of the warnings that they actually gave during the, yeah, we don't really have to, oh, just a little bit, not too much. Anyway, one of the things that they warned about was like at hockey games how they warn you about watch out for flying pucks. Here they said watch out for the ball flying. Just like we warn you at just like you get warned at hockey rink to watch out for flying pucks. Here it's the same thing. Watch out for the ball flying because it can hurt you. And the way that these rinks were set up, and you can see it, there was netting behind the nets, but not. Along this, but not along the rest of it. So, luckily, whenever the ball flew out from the sides here, it didn't really, it didn't, go this way. It usually flew high. Like I mentioned, one of them flew so high that it landed in somebody's plants. Okay, so a little bit of structure there, and we don't really have to do too much with the haze, right? And then that definitely we can do daylight. That and the sharpening. Really, we don't have to do much sharpening. This guy's, I think, setting up a play for a shot in the slot here. Okay, just a little bit of sharpening, not too much because it's already really sharp. And see how that made it even more sharp. And if we go all the way, yeah, makes it completely crunchy. So we don't have to do too much because it's already pretty sharp. Just a little bit. Yeah. Anyways, I was thinking about the commercials. I saw a commercial for the Play On tournament. I know there's a Play On tournament this weekend somewhere. I'm not sure where though. I don't know if Edmonton's already happened. And, there's the second shot there where the guy's just trying to stick handle around the traffic that he's dealing with. Right? And we will straighten that out. Yeah, that looks straight. And where I had parked was on a road in front of another park, and then I walked to and then I walked to the tournament, so in that way, yeah, it wasn't too far. I was worried I might have to park at River Park, then walk all the way there, but like I didn't have to. I was able to find free street parking had a port much closer to Marta Loop. So yeah, that was nice. But yeah, as you can see, they definitely had to close off the street here. Okay, and there, and here. Oh, yeah, yeah, we want to turn down those highlights. Increase the midtones. Shadows just a bit, not too much. We'll turn down the whites here. Alright, and then want to turn that down. Not too much, just a little bit. This one also we wanted in daylight. That's the white balance, in case you're wondering what this temperature tint is. That's the white balance. That's how you try and determine whether it's blue in terms of the temperature, blue or yellow, in terms of the tint, green or pink. And if so I choose I choose the what is the preset here every time I edit photos, and then here, and then just a little bit of sharpening, not too much, just about there. And yeah, this you'll see already the difference. You don't have to make it so sharp. So yeah, when I said that I made the shutter speed 1/250th and it worked, you can see how many of these images are really sharp, even zoomed in. So yeah, definitely. But like, I'm not saying that for every action shot or for every sport or for every bit of action you're trying to capture, you should use 1/250th. You should definitely use your discretion and determine, okay, how fast is the action going to be? How fast paced is the sport going to be? So I can get some proper images. Oh, and you can see here, and here's a shot that 50 millimeters, okay. And here's the shot there. And yeah, I think this was one of the games in the shade. So I was talking about how with the shade it's a lot different compared to the sunshine, and how taking sometimes these pictures in the shade can be a challenge. And yeah, and you see there's no lighting around, so yeah, so there's no lighting around to offset the shade. So yeah, they were just, but luckily everybody could see what was going on despite the shade. Um, Yeah, you can see there's a shot, and the goalie's all lined up there. Um, well, I'll tell you that even if I had that 70-300 lens on, it would have been a challenge to get it zoomed in on the shot there, just because this guy standing there, and yeah, yeah, and it's the case with any sport that sometimes you have a few bodies all over the place. Like there were some photos that I taken, and the ref had gotten in the way, so I had to so I had to get rid of those fools, because it's like you can't see any of the action. The ref is in the way. So here, what we'll do is this is definitely going to be shade for the white balance. Let me just see what. Let me just see. I have to make sure. I have to get the. I'm just looking up the color balance in photography and image processing. Color balance is the global adjustment of the intensities of the colors. An important goal is to render specific colors, particularly neutral colors like white or gray, correctly. So, um, or here's another definition of white balance: process of removing unrealistic color cast so that objects appear white in person or rendered white in your photo. Okay, so it's based on the color temperature and the tint. So yeah, that's a better definition of white balance than I would be able to give. And I just had to look it up, do a little search on there. Let me just do something, because once again I forgot to do this. Yeah, but yeah, as you can see, it warmed up. yeah, it warmed up the action quite a bit there with putting into shade preset. Right, and I'm almost done what I need to do here. Okay, we'll get to editing this photo. Now, definitely we'll want to increase the exposure because we're in the shade. No, we don't want to do too. We don't really need contrast here. Definitely want to reduce the highlights. Okay, the midtones. Yeah, definitely the shadows. No, we want to use the whites there. We'll do that, and I guess we'll do a little more contrast. Yeah, we'll have to do a little more contrast. As you can see, okay, so we don't need structured there really. A little bit. No, just a little bit with that versus the haze. Then a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Again, not too much sharpening, just a little bit. And again, we don't need to have it that sharp, just a little bit like that. And see, this is the difference when you're taking action shots in the shade like this. Yeah, yeah. When it comes up to taking photos, as you see, it can cause the photos to get a little underexposed. But like when I was watching the game in real time, like it was still a really good game to watch, and a lot of action happened. And I mean, when it's that hot, when it's that sunny out and that hot out, I don't know. Maybe lights would have made it a little too hot. I don't know. And again, since it was outdoors during the daytime, of course, this is I think when the sun was directly to the south. So as it moves, it would be look a little different. And yeah, it looks like that. Oh, I thought for a second the net was flying up, but it's not. But that shot was saved and turned aside to the corner there, and that particular moment there. Right, and for the most part in these games, everybody who was participating had a lot of fun. But yeah, there were some. There was one game where one of the guys he acted like an enforcer, and yeah, he was checking hard and like trash talking and all that, and then nearly goaded a guy into a fight. And those two, and the guy who was trying to goad into a fight, he nearly actually had enough and said, "Okay, oh, we gotta follow." Anyway, as I was saying about the fight, well, okay, so let's see who followed here. Mance, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well, and welcome to the photo editing stream. This is definitely a good one to come to because it's photos of a street hockey tournament that I took. And I'm just telling story. I'm telling the stories as I'm editing the photos and all that. But yeah, this is definitely a good stream to come to because like I said, I'm editing street hockey tournament photos. So yeah, if you have any questions about photography and about photo editing, just let me know. I'll do my best to answer them. And what I do during these photo editing streams, not just edit photos, but tell stories about what I saw when I was at in this case, the event, but but wherever I am, wherever I took the photos at, and then also give tips and tricks for photos. So again, welcome in and thank you for the follow. All right, so yeah. Anyways, I was saying about that other game. Yeah, the guy, and so that one guy had enough. So what he ended up doing, so yeah, the enforcer and the other guy, they nearly fought, and the ref had to get him in the way. I mean, yeah, I didn't realize some people took something like this so seriously. I thought this was just for fun. Okay, so increase the exposure. We don't want to do it too much because again, the sun is shining on the boards, and yeah, we definitely want to and also show the boards there. Okay, yeah, so definitely try and increase the shadows. I want to decrease the whites. Um, we'll do that with the blacks. Increase the contrast a bit more. No, I don't want to go too high, so yeah, that's good enough for the contrast. Yeah, we don't want too much structure, like just there, and the haze removal. Yeah, and we want shade for our white balance. Okay, some saturation there. And it will do that much vibrance. And again, with the sharpening, we don't have to do too much because yeah, yeah, we don't want to do too much sharpening. Like that's what see how it looks a little too crunchy. So we don't want to do too much there. Just a little bit, not too much. Because again, we're not trying to get well, we're not trying to get things sharp that maybe weren't so sharp at least in these images. Like I said, well, there may be instances where we'll have to try and increase the sharpening a bit, but you know, we don't have to. And as you can see, I'm not doing dynamic contrast or the tone enhancer, um, unless yeah, because we're not trying to get too much detail out of it. And in terms of the tone enhancer, it's only if necessary. And yeah, so now they're just everybody's chasing after the ball as it goes into the corner there. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do that. Let's see, not much with the exposure here. Um, we'll do that much with the contrast here. It was nice that it didn't, at least when I was there, that it didn't rain. Yeah. Guess we'll do that with the highlights here. Um, do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows here. Do that with the whites and do that with the blacks. Not too much structure here. But yeah, it's a good thing that it didn't rain, at least when I was there, because yeah, that would have put a damper on things, especially since I was there in shorts and t-shirt. Yeah. No, no, we don't want to turn down the haze too much. Do that much. Yeah, definitely will want the shade white balance there. And we'll do that. Little sharpening, not too much. So as you can see, yeah, 1/250th for something that isn't super fast paced does work. As I said, next time. Um, oh, Gaming Vixen, hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? And again, a little sharpening. So yeah, when it's not too fast paced, definitely 1/250th of a second works. Yeah, if it was more fast paced than this, I'd probably say, yeah, I think I better increase the shutter speed to like 1/400th. And definitely if it was like, maybe ice hockey, yeah, maybe ice hockey, 1/500th. Definitely it was like, I was doing motocross, extreme sports like that, just because of how fast paced it can be. 1/500th is a must as a minimum in order to stop the action. Um, and Yeah, but with something like this, like I said, if it's something similar to this, like another street hockey tournament, like I don't know, basketball tournament, like the 3-on-3 things that you sometimes see, like what else could I don't know, tennis. You probably want to do 1/500th, just because they can hit that ball really hard, but maybe maybe. Yeah, maybe outdoor soccer. Definitely not indoor soccer. If it was indoor soccer, I would go 1/500th because, as I said, I have taken pictures before at like with indoor soccer when I was doing blogging for the Smiley Soccer League, and yeah, that is way faster paced than a street hockey tournament. I can tell you that that is way faster paced, and you need 1/500th there. Um, Here we might have to do a little more sharpening. Yeah, definitely here we might have to do a little more sharpening there. Compared to what I've done. Right, and we'll do some exposure there. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, so, but if it was outdoor soccer, probably, maybe I try 1/400th and see how that is, and try some in 1/250th, some in 1/400th, for the shutter speed and see how which work better. But yeah, for something like this, as you can definitely 1/250th worked out pretty good, and we got some really nice images there. Because it wasn't as fast paced as some of the other things I've described, like indoor soccer, like motorcycles and motocross and BMX tricks and skateboarding tricks. So we'll turn that down a little bit. Okay, and do that a little bit with the structure. Turn down the haze a little bit. I want that to be shade. Yeah, but anyways, I was saying about also the weather. It's good that it was sunny. At least when I was out there. Let's see. Okay, there we straightened it out. I almost forgot to straighten out the image. Did I remember to straighten out the other one? I'm not sure. I'll have to check. So remember I was talking about earlier on that sometimes you have to go back and forth and back and forth. This is what I meant because sometimes you can forget things. So oh, yeah, we don't have to really do any noise reduction. Some sharpening there. Let's see how that did it. Um, uh, did the good sharpening, but we'll probably want to do a little more. See how it works with that. Okay, that might be a little too much. If we can, so yeah, check the skin a bit. Okay, that looks good for sharpening there. That's why I said sometimes you have to do sharpening with these images here. Funny, this guy. Um, you know what? Let's see if I can. Just checking to see. Super sharp. Hold on. Let's see what happens when we. Let me just check something first. He ended up pretty sharp. Right. Okay. So, yeah, I think I know what I need to do now. We're not to do. Yeah, we want to do it. So there's a trick that you can definitely learn here. Okay. So this is a trick that I actually showed with the classic car photos, but I'll show it here again. So we want to invert. No, 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 no. Invert. And we want to do a paint out. Let me just see. Hold on. We want to show the mask. Invert. Okay, yeah. I want to do a paint out, I think. Paint in, nope, nope, no. Invert, yeah, that's what we want to do. And yeah, and we want to do like this. Okay, so you see what I'm doing? How I'm just painting around this guy and making sure that because he's already sharp, everything else needed to be sharpened just a bit. So I'm guessing that yeah, the focus point was more on him, and I was trying to get the action. But okay. Now this, and we that. Okay, let's do this. And you're wondering how I'm getting this circle here uh, bigger and smaller. It's those bracket keys that are beside the P keys. They're both those bracket keys always show up like they are on the keyboard on both PC and Mac, and so we do that. And in case you're wondering what I did here, um, in order to be able to get this screen, what I did was I clicked this part here of the sharpening filter. Now I had done invert because I thought maybe that's what would be needed, but yeah, what you want is you want those to be sharpened and not this guy. So then I inverted again, and it's in paint out mode. Of course, it's going to paint this guy out. If it was the other way, you would want paint in mode. Right, so like that. Okay. Just zoom in a bit. That. And yeah, we want to. In case you're wondering what I'm pressing here, it's the Option key on a MacBook. I'm not actually sure what the equivalent is on a PC, since my only experience with photo editing is on Macs. So here, okay, and that, like that. I'm gonna do like that. Take that out, and then if I missed anything, okay, here. Right, and then okay, that's no, it's on the street. Gonna have to do like this. That here, that there, and then here. If you're wondering why I haven't been to Affinity Photo yet, it's because okay, so like that. It's because yeah, there aren't any photos of there aren't too many photos of the sky. Wait, yeah, there aren't too many photos of the sky itself, so it wouldn't be necessary anyway. Yeah, we'll just paint out the stick as well. You see, this is a part that can take a little longer when you're trying to. This is the part that can take a little longer when you're trying to get the correct part of the images, as you can see. But when you want to apply the filters to the right spots, it's important to take the time there. And I will tell you this, ever since I got DxO Photo Lab and On1 photo editing, definitely takes a lot less time for me. Okay. That. Because versus those classic car show photos, before I got these two pieces of software, those things would like photo editing would probably take a week for that many photos, just because of the fact that what I had wasn't adequate there. I was using the Skyloom software, and well, wasn't exactly the greatest. I mean, it was really a lot cheaper at the time compared to um, now. It's more expensive, but from what I've seen in the reviews, yeah, it's not still not very good, and they don't do a good job with um, uh, updates and all that, and customer service and whatnot. So yeah, it was a lot cheaper. Uh, that and got everything. Oh no, we don't have this guy's glove here. Right, and okay. Now, so now we've put up the mask. Here we go, view mode. Okay, and now let's just see. Okay, let's see if the sharpening filter goes on the right. Yep, it did. Okay, so now we can. So now we can. So now we can just increase the sharpening a little bit there, and yeah, that looked a little better. All right, so. Oh, I have the mask still showing. Okay. All right, so now we can export that. Let me just turn off that mask view there, right there. Now we can move on to the next image. Wait, no, no, no. I don't know if that's the ball or not. Oh, there's the. Okay, so that's not the ball. That's just somebody walking on the street. But as you can see, um, as you can see, it's just well, the guy's fighting behind the net, trying to get possession of the ball. It's I think we're from the way this guy's facing and looking like, hey, get the ball to me. This was the net that the orange team had to shoot at. So, that's the advantage of those filters there, like that sharpening filter, for instance. If you want to, if you don't want to sharpen the whole image, you want to sharpen the certain part of the image. Yeah, that's what you do. Okay, so we'll crop that. We'll crop it, and yeah, that looks good for. Oh, yeah, that looks a little better. That looks better. Okay, and as you can see, and they're just fighting behind the net for the possession of the ball there. Okay, so we do that contrast there, not too much. Turn on the highlights, midtones, shadows, and as you can see, yeah, so when it's in the shade like this, yeah, I kind of have no choice but to do that there. Not too much structure there. Put it down. Little haze removal. Want the white balance here for shade. Okay, so not too much saturation and a little bit of vibrance there. Okay, and yeah, probably will want some sharpening, but we don't want it on the whole image because this guy is really sharp. Actually, maybe a little bit of sharpening, not too much there. I'll probably see. All right, so we'll do that, and then we'll have to make sure we show the mask here. Okay. Right, and that. Okay, maybe we want to zoom in a little bit, and again, So you see, these are some of the things with photo editing that can take some time, especially when you're like the skin, yeah, skin a bit. Yeah. Okay, so now we'll with baseball. I'm not sure. Like I don't know what the appropriate shutter speed would be. Um, just because it's a lot different than hockey. Sometimes it's slow paced. Sometimes it's fast paced. So um, just decrease the size of that. Sometimes it's slow paced. Sometimes it's fast paced. I mean. Like the Bautista bat flip, because of how fast it was, I guess he would won 1/250th. My guess is, at least was my view. I could be wrong. When you're shooting baseball, you probably want to keep the shutter speed at 1/500th at minimum, just because sometimes the action goes so fast, um, and sometimes you want it to be, yeah, because of how the action can go so fast. And especially after the ball goes off especially after the ball hits the bat, and how fast those pitches can be. Like if you want to slow the ball down, maybe we might need even 1/640th of a second for shutter speed, just because of how fast that can get. Oh, but yeah, baseball, it can like you have all different types of action. Like it's hard to say which is the right shutter speed for that. So again, sometimes with sports, you have to just experiment and see what works, what you think works best. Okay, all right, so we'll do this. Because he's already pretty sharp, the rest of it has to be sharpened, right? And okay. There. All right, and as you can see, it's a little different than Affinity Photo when it comes down to doing the painting in, or moving uh, the screen around, or the part of the photo you want to see at. Just because the two fingers doesn't work here. That Affinity Photo, yeah, I would just use two fingers on my left hand. Um, and here you have to use this little navigation box here. Because yeah, it doesn't allow for the two fingers. Like I'm right now using two fingers um on my the mouse section, or the touchpad here of my um MacBook, and as you saw, it wasn't moving around. So yeah, you have to use that navigation box there. All right, so yeah, that. See, when you're in the mask painting here, it can take a little while, but it's important to just take your time with these photos and not rush through them. If you see that it needs a lot of work to do, right? So we'll take it out of there. Take out the mask view. Okay, there. You can see a lot more sharp there. Yeah, that definitely sharpened it out a little bit better. Yeah, definitely sharpened it out a little bit better there. All right, and okay, so now let's export that. With action shots, also something that may have noticed is I don't copy the mask and paste it. Reason why, especially in sports as well, you've watched sports on TV. You know how fast the positioning of these players can change, how fast the action can go, and how things can end up going a lot different. Okay, so that must be after the ball got away from behind the net, and the orange team took over possession there. And now they're trying to set up a shot. Right, and... Oh yeah, I was talking about the weather as well. Like, it's a good thing that the weather was nice, at least when I was there, because as I was going home, yeah, there were some thick clouds forming. And yeah, it ended up raining that afternoon, and I think it was a thunderstorm and all that. And good thing I was able to get home before that all happened. Because I was in a shorts and t-shirt just because of how hot it was. So yeah, I wonder how it was at the tournament after I left. If they were able to, they had to postpone some of the matches, or if uh, if they have to postpone some of the games, or if they had to postpone the tournament until the weather cleared out, or what happened. Because yeah, you could see it as on Birchall Trail and all the areas when I was going on, that those clouds were getting pretty thick. Um, yeah, and when you're just out in shorts and t-shirt, you don't have a jacket with you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to be caught out in that. So, a little bit, no, don't really have to turn on the haze all the way. Yeah, that much is good. Oh, no, we don't want a custom here. We'll do shade. Okay, and then a little saturation, not too much. A vibrance, yeah, we'll probably want to... Yeah, here we're going to do sharpening on the whole image, so a little more. And that's why I pointed out at the beginning of the stream that there might be some sharpening that needs to be done on some of these images. Yeah, as you can see, with 1/250th, yeah, it didn't... it came up pretty good there. That's why I said next time something like this, whether it's a street hockey tournament or a basketball or maybe volleyball or the others, I try 1/400th. See if that stops the action even more compared to 1/250th. But yeah, 1/250th definitely as a minimum works for something like this. Because as you saw, it really does capture the action nicely. Okay, so move on to the next image here. As you can see, when it's a mixture of shade and when it's a mixture of shade and sunlight, especially bright sunlight on a day like that Saturday there, it yeah, it can be a challenge trying to get getting the photos, especially action photos. Okay, and there's the ball there, and looks like they're setting up another shot there. Okay, so they want to increase the exposure a bit, but yeah, not too much contrast there. It's the highlights. Could raise the midtones there. Oh, we're not there yet. Okay, shadows there. Increase those whites. A little bit extra in the blacks there. Okay, not too much with the structure. Little haze removal there. To shade. Okay, not too much saturation. Vibrance. We'll definitely want to do a bit of sharpening here. Right? That's a little too much. That makes it a little too crunchy. Bring it down to, yeah, there. That'll work, and that definitely sharpened it out even nicely there. Yep, you can see the ball even more sharp there. Right, so we'll export it. Well, in case you're wondering why I'm mentioning what happened here. Oh, this is a goal that was scored. I caught it just as the ball went into the net. So that's why that angle there. Because yeah, I was trying to get the shot of the ball. It goes into the net there, and yeah, you can see there's the ball in the net. Yeah, so there's a goal there, and the way this tournament worked was, I don't know if they had an opening face-off or not. The problem is, or not the problem is, but the thing is that when I got to these games, they were already going on. So I don't know if don't need too much extra exposure this time. Not much contrast, yeah. Okay, turn on the highlights a bit of the mid-tones, a little bit of the shadows there. Okay, oh, no, we don't want to do that. Okay, a little bit of whites there. There we can turn on the blacks. Okay, so shade here. A little saturation, a little vibrance. Okay, and so we'll do some sharpening there. We'll have to do a little more sharpening there. Not that much. Maybe that much. And that worked out nicely. Right, and we'll export that. Okay, so now the next one, and there's the goalie just staring at the ball there, wondering how did it go in, and anyways, I was saying about these games. I don't know if there was an opening face-off because whenever I went to take the pictures, like the action was already going on. But what happened after every goal is the team that got scored on would then have possession of the ball. So kind of like in soccer, where the kickoff would be like after the goal got scored, it would be the team that got scored on them that gets first touch of the ball, and then they would go on from there. Uh, don't really need it. We needed that dark. Oh no, that's just way too dark. Let's see. Turn on that. Okay, this could work. But we don't really need too much contrast there. Just a little bit. Midtones a bit. So, that much. We don't really need it that much. And as if we want to turn on the whites down to there. Max. Yeah, we'll do that. Don't need too much there. A little bit there. And then shade. A little saturation. A little vibrance there. Don't need so much sharpening. Well, we do need some, but it's more here. Okay, so let's sharpen it a lot. And that does a good job there. Alright, so now we'll export that and onto the next image there. Alright, so it's just that spring. Now we move on to the next one. So as you can see, when it comes down to sports photos, yeah, it's a lot different with the editing compared to even event photos. And when it comes down to taking the photos, you have to make sure the key thing is really, yeah, there are two key things really. If you're shooting in shutter priority mode, okay, and there's a save that this guy made right there as it goes into the pads. I don't know if it got stuck in his pads like it has in like the puck has in the pros yet. Yeah, yeah. So as I was saying, if you're shooting in shutter priority, even if you're shooting in manual, like with the aperture, like in shutter priority, of course, the camera ends up coming up with the ideal aperture. But if you're doing in manual, like that I think takes some time to figure out. But anyway, the key thing is when you're shooting action is the shutter speed and the ISO, because like with the ISO, you have to adjust it based on the lighting conditions, of course. And like if it's a bright sunny day, ISO 100, or if your camera allows it, something a little um, lower than that. But of course, in shade, you have to increase it depending on how harsh the shade is. Of course, if you're doing it outside and it's getting to sunset and those lights are on, you have to adjust it according to that. And of course, the shutter speed, because yeah, the action moves can, like, depending on what it is you're taking photos of. Like with this one, I chose 1/250th because I didn't think it would be as fast paced as, say, as I mentioned, the motorcycles and the motocross and extremes, the BMX and skateboarding things. Like I said, next time I take photos of something like this or something similar, might try 1/400th and see if that makes a difference or not. But we know 1/250th definitely as a minimum works for something like this. But like if so it's so you have to make that judgment on on uh on what you think the pace of the action is going to be. Like like if it's a cycling race, oh yeah, you know, minimum is going to be 1/500 just because of how fast cyclists, just because of how fast the race action can be. Um, Even football can be pretty fast paced, so I would say probably try 1/400th and 1/500th first. Because, yeah. And anyways, I was saying about how I know that 1/500th for motorcycles isn't necessary is, like, Penticton Beach Festival Parade in, I think it was 2013. Like, I tried to take photos of the, Vancouver police, people. Yeah, I tried to take a picture, like the Vancouver Police motorcycle stunt unit or whatever they're called, and like at that time I was shooting auto and all that, and like when the camera decided 1/250th was an appropriate shutter speed, it was a lot of blur, both with the motorcycle and with the people, with the guys riding the motorcycles. So I knew that yeah, that 1/250th for something that's that fast paced, that won't work. Oh, yeah, we aren't trying to increase the contrast a lot, but yeah, here we want to exposure as much as possible. Definitely turn on the highlights as much as we can and increase the exposure a little bit. Definitely with midtones and the shadows. Turn on those whites a bit, or a lot, and yeah, turn on the blacks a little bit. Don't need too much structure there. So yeah, that's how I found out that, yeah, for something that's that fast paced, 250th is pretty slow to capture the action. And I remember the Beach Festival parade when like the Vancouver Police motorcycle stunt unit already did their thing further up the road, and then as they came uh, riding by where I was standing, and I had caught it at 1/500th. That captured that captured them beautifully. like everything was stopped nicely. Like the action and the stopped very nicely. So yeah, that's how. And then also I'd applied that to the Pentown Throwdown, and again that captured the action nicely. Okay, and a little bit of sharpening, not that much. Looks like a little too much. So we'll do back here. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. That much, and yeah, that worked out nicely. All right, and we'll export that. I know there's also some from that commercial for the Play On series of street hockey tournaments. Uh, there's also some that go well into September. So yeah, yeah, I definitely would recommend if you're able to go watch, like not just take photos if you want to take photos of it, but just to watch it. I would recommend watching it just because it's a whole lot of fun and yeah, some of the funniest, some of those funny things can happen that I mentioned, like the ball flying into somebody's plants there. Okay, so we'll select that. Yeah, definitely want to increase the exposure. And when it's mixed like this, it becomes a bit of a challenge because, as you can see, those boards there are in harsh sunlight, and then the rest of it is in shade. So it can be a challenge to figure out what to do, but you do the best you can with editing. Okay. You don't really have to go all the way. Yeah, that looks pretty good, and then we do that, and do that here, and then like I said, we don't have to go too much with these things here, because again, we're not trying to get a ton of detail out of it. Definitely, if we want sharpening. Um, oh, and well, there's a save, and it looks like it's going to the guy's pad. Here, just a little bit of sharpening is needed, not too much. Yeah, that much sharpening should be good. Yeah, because yeah, there the ball is going to the guy's pad. I don't know if it got that was the one because I do remember there was one instance where the ball it was stopped and it got caught up in the guy's pad, just like that one game. I forget which one it was where the puck was stopped and somehow it ended up in the goalie's pad. It's like in like the part of the pad where it's in between the pad and the leg. Then another instance, I think a save was made and somehow it ended up in the goalie's pants. Yeah, so sometimes a lot of funny things can happen when it comes down to goalies and trying to stop either the ball or the puck. Alright, and there's some more action. Okay, and it looks like this guy's getting ready to shoot the puck, and the goalie is trying to poke check. Right, and that should be good for straightening here. And let's use the exposure just a bit. Do that with the contrast. Want to do that with the highlights, the midtones, a little bit with the shadows, and then oh no, turn on the whites a bit and turn on those blacks a little bit. Yeah, not too much, just that much for structure, um, and let's do shade. A little saturation, not too much. A little bit of vibrance there. A little sharpening there. That should work. That worked pretty well there. Okay, and now I can export that and move on to the next image there. Right, and then And it looks like that guy. Whoa! It looks like It looks like that series of shots there was a guy trying to shoot the ball, and the goalie poking it away, or at least trying to poke it away, and somehow having a little trouble. We're all having a little trouble controlling the ball there. Right now. Okay, so let's see what do we do with the exposure. A little bit with the exposure there. Now in case you're wondering why I'm not setting this into net collection in the sunlight filter, a little worried that the sunlight filter might actually overexpose a little too much the image, and yeah, when it comes down to any kind of action shots, regardless of the lighting conditions, overexposure is not a good idea. Okay, so turn on those highlights. Turn on the highlights there. Okay, do that with the midtones, with the shadows there. Okay, do that with the whites there. Yeah, do that with the blacks there. Right, and the structure. Don't need to do too much with the haze. Do that with the shade. Okay, and little saturation, not too much, and a little vibrance. Yeah, that's pretty sharp. We don't really have to add a little sharpness, not too much there. Now, I'll export that. I'll export that. Right now, oh, right. I don't, yeah, I have to go browse. I was wondering, why is it going to the next image? Oh, yeah, I have to click browse. It happens. Alright, now here it's just, looks like a melee in front of the net, or looks like it looks like a little melee in front of the net there, and raising the net a little bit. And one thing about when I was talking about that guy acting like an enforcer, it really isn't hockey unless there's a fight that almost happens or a fight that does happen. Is it? Yeah. Whenever you watch hockey on TV, there always seems to be a fight that breaks out. Um, I remember this one Labor Day Classic football game. This is the game that's on Labor Day every year between Calgary and Edmonton, CFL, and one of the games, a massive brawl broke out. And I remember Chris Cuthbert, when he was working at TSN, said, "This is Shades of the Flames and the Oilers," because yeah, Calgary and Edmonton have a huge rivalry in sports. Doesn't matter what sport. Calgary and Edmonton, yeah, they always have a big rivalry there. Okay, so down there for that, and do that. But yeah, this like I said, this was a fun thing to watch there. To shade there. Okay, saturation there. A little vibrance there. Okay, maybe a little extra sharpening, not too much there. All right. Then export that. And then go here, and there's the next one, and oh, okay, so they're all chasing, so some of the ball ended up right there beside the goalie, or not the guy's shoes. Find out soon enough. No, that's the guy's shoe. Oh, there's the ball on the side of the net there, okay, and they're all, well, this guy's just waiting the slot for a pass, and he's just trying to get after it, and they're all just trying to chase after the ball on the side of the net there. Right, and yeah, we'll need this one. So increase the exposure a bit. Okay, with the contrast there. Highlights here. The midtones. A little bit of that for the shadows. Okay, yeah, we don't want to turn on the whites all the way. Turn on the blacks a little bit. Oh, I want to do that just a bit, not too much. There, yeah, we might have to increase the exposure a little bit more. There, okay. Go with shade. And we'll do that with the saturation here. That with the vibrance there. Alright, and yeah, maybe a little bit of sharpening, not too much there since it's pretty good already. Right, and then we'll export it. Right, so we'll browse and go to the next image here. Okay, and looks like the goalie is trying to save something. In fact that I don't know where the ball went. Maybe the goalie did get the ball there to save it. Because yeah, there's a little traffic there in front of the net. We'll try getting it out a little bit more. Okay. Let's. Oh no. Well, I was wondering how come the exposures are going up? How come it's getting darker? That's like going a little higher with the contrast, and yeah, we're not trying to go high with the contrast there. Okay, we'll do that with the highlights, and do that with the midtones, that with the shadows. Okay, do that with the whites, and do that with the blacks there. Okay, and then a little bit of structure with the haze there, and then we want shade for the white balance there, and saturation, vibrance, and a little bit with the sharpening. As you can see, when it comes on to sports photos, there's not as much processing that has to be done compared to the event photos. I've taken, I was just stretching, yeah, but compared to some of the event photos you see me take, not as much processing is needed with sports photos. Like nature, that you can really get pretty creative with. Yeah, like you've seen with photo editing streams I've done in the past, nature photos, but with events, not a whole lot has to be done. Though there are some cases where I need to increase the details a bit. And like for instance, with the classic car show, because of the amount of detail that in those cars, you saw how I did things to really increase the detail in them. But yeah, with sports photos, for the most part, unless like you're just taking trying to get pictures of jersey or stuff like that, yeah, you don't have to do a whole lot of processing with them. Like maybe you have to do a little bit of sharpening, as you've seen, but yeah, you don't have to do a lot there. It doesn't look. I wonder where that ball disappeared to in this one. Maybe the goalie stopped it and it's on that end. I don't know. Right, so we'll increase the exposure here. Then we'll increase the contrast just a bit. So that with the highlights, that with the midtones and the shadows. And there's the whites. And then we'll do that with the blacks. Okay. Not too much with the structure. A little bit with the haze there. And yeah, we want to do shade for the white balance there, and then the saturation. Yeah, maybe let's increase the exposure just a little bit more. That. All right, and then yeah, a little extra sharpening, and yeah, that's good. All right, and then we'll export that. You know what? Let me just check something here for a second while this is saving up. All right, and it looks like I had a follow yesterday when I wasn't streaming. The Orc Dork. Thank you for the follow yesterday. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, we'll be able to come in sometime and we can chat. All right, so here's a. Okay, so the goalie is reacting to something. I don't know where the ball ended up. Yeah, so either there was a pass or a shot from somewhere. That's why the goalie is diving there. Okay, get out a little more like that. Okay. Oh, well, that didn't. Well, let me just check. Oh, okay, never mind. That did get a little better. Okay. Well, let me just walk around it for a little bit. That way my legs don't get tired. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So we'll continue with editing this image. Okay, so I don't really have to increase the exposure too much. Don't need a lot of contrast there. Highlights, we'll turn down. Turn down the midtones, or turn up the midtones a bit, turn up the shadows a bit. Yeah, do that with the whites. And do that with the blacks. Okay, just a little bit there, not too much. Right in there. We'll go shade there. Little saturation, little vibrance. And yeah, we don't need too much sharpening there. All right. Now I do know that there are lenses that are that are even bigger zooms than even a 7300. I'm aware of a telephoto lens that's what is it, a um 150 to 600 that, oh well, there's the ball. Right, so this guy, and I don't know if it was tipped or if it was shot from over there, but yeah, there's the ball as the goalie is diving across to try and stop it, while worrying about if it would get past for an easy open net one-timer there. There's like a 150 to 600 lens that I know, that I'm aware that some sports photographers use. That 600, 150 600, I believe it allows you to, like, it would come in handy in something like football, um, maybe basketball, maybe hockey, like not street hockey, obviously, but it would come in handy. I guess definitely soccer, I'm sure as well. Um, just because of the reach of it. There's also prime lenses that are like 100 millimeter, 200, 300. There's a 400 and a 500. Don't know if there's a 600 as well, but yeah, those I think are owned by, like, the TV stations and the newspaper people and all that. So yeah. And if you look up the price, they yeah, they could be like those prime lenses can really go up there. And so we'll do that, and we'll do that. Okay, and the whites a bit, and that with the blacks a bit. Okay, a little bit there. Yeah, there a little bit. And want shade. A little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Okay, and maybe a little bit of sharpening. Maybe a little sharpening there. Need some sharpening on the whole image, so okay, so I'll do that one. I'll add the sharpening filter. Maybe a little too much. There. Yeah. And yeah, and the ball is even more sharp, and see all right, and you can see that yeah, the action is more sharp there, so we'll export that. Okay, so let's go to the next image now, and it looks like this is okay. Here's the other guy coming into the frame now, and he's looking to shoot the ball, and this guy sprawled, trying to block the bottom part of the net. And there's the ball there, and yeah, there's the guy. Well, there's somebody with another stick. It looks like maybe a defender trying to stop the shot, and there's the goalie looking and wondering, oh boy, I hope he doesn't go top shelf or above me. As it is on the ground there. Okay, that. And first we'll see what we can do with this thing here. Okay, and then a bit of contrast. Turn on the highlights. Okay, maybe that much. Midtones here. Do shadows here. Okay, we'll turn on the whites like that. And the blacks will turn up a little bit there. Okay, we'll turn on the haze a little bit. Alright, and then I want to use shade for the white bounce there. Not too much saturation vibrance. And we'll definitely want to use a little bit of sharpening here. That's a little too much. We'll do that, and that'll work. Right, and then so that'll work, yeah, and we'll move on to the next image. Well, we'll have to do this. But as you can see, yeah, you don't have, like, the reason why I'm not using Photolab right now is because there's no chromatic aberration there, so no fringing or chromatic aberration there. So, yeah. Usually there's no fringing or chromatic aberration when it's at 50 millimeters like this, this lens. And, right, and let's see. This shot, the goalie's still sprawled on the ground, and now there's the ball there. The guy, I think, either was stick handling or he ran a little faster than the ball, and yeah. Let me just see here. I have to prove that. I'm just checking. Oh, okay, so, right, so there's a little bit fringing this time, so we'll have to do that. Alright, although it's not in the, I don't think it's in any of the action here. Yeah. Alright, but yeah, usually at 50 millimeters on this lens, there's rarely any fringing like that, so yeah. So yeah, we don't really have to do too much. But the reason why I'm using this one instead of Pixel Photo Lab is because like there isn't, as you saw, usually there's no fringing at 50 millimeters on this one, and as you saw, there really wasn't too much. In fact, that was the first time I actually saw any. So yeah, usually you're pretty good at 50 millimeters, and since you don't have and since there isn't a lot of yeah, since it's not really a nature shot and all that, I'm gonna have to take it into DxO Photo Lab there. And yeah, on one photo raw, uh, does a good job. If there is any fringing, let me just go back and check. So yeah, there is a lot of this back and forth there that you sometimes have to do. It comes down to, yeah, I had alluded to this, and yeah, you can see. Okay, so I'll just re-export that. So and that's what I meant by there's a lot of back and forth that you have to do when editing photos. That sometimes you end up missing something. And it's like, ooh, I better check that. And yeah, let's check that. Okay. So let's see if there's the. No, nope. I'm just making sure. It's always a good idea just to go back and check. Because yeah, sometimes you miss it, and then it's like, ooh, maybe I should check that in the other images. So that's why I said sometimes when you're editing these photos, there's a lot of back and forth like this. Nope. There. Right, and now let's check. I didn't think there was any there, so it was just in that. Oh wait, let's just see. Let's just see. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So okay, so we'll just do that. Okay, and yeah, sometimes so yeah, like I said, when it comes down to editing photos, yeah, sometimes you're moving ahead, and it's like, oh, well, maybe I should check that in the other photos, and then you go back, and it's like, ooh. So yeah, this is all really part of the process here. Okay. Okay, that one. We'll get rid of this one here. And let's check this one here. Check. Always a good idea to go back and just check, just to make sure. Let's check. Oh, okay, so So, all right. Yeah, so good thing I checked. So we'll export that. So like I said, it's definitely important to sometimes check for all that, and better to check it at the beginning, of course, but yeah, sometimes you don't think it's there, and then, oh, wait, is it there? Better check that, and then you see it's there, and it's like, ooh. Uh, so, that, and check here. Alright, and let's check. Sure. Oh, see, I see. Oh, okay. So usually you don't see that, but okay, so we'll do that. We'll export that. Right? Yeah, usually you don't, but that's why it's always important to check for the chromatic aberration before, and that way you don't have to go all the way back to check all this. But I didn't think that there was any, but turns out there was. So we just go back and do that little change, and then we go forward with the other images. Let's check. Right, and ooh, well, let me just see. That's not. See here. Oh, okay. So I'll export that and export that there. All right, so yeah, so I mentioned this earlier in the stream that yeah, this can happen where you're going through it and you notice, ooh, I missed that part. Okay, and you have to go back and do all those fixes. Okay, so we'll check this. Check for that here as well. Maybe there's a little bit. Let's just check. Let me just check this. Let's just see here, and I can see if there's any of that. Nope, nothing there. I don't see anything there. Okay. Then yeah, I know there wouldn't be anything here. We checked it. Green color anyway. Remember, I'd checked all that, and yeah, there wasn't anything. Okay, so now we'll go back to the image that we were working on. We had first noticed that. Here, no, that's the one. All right, so move the fringing there, and now we'll try to. There, we'll do that, and right now we'll increase the exposure a little bit. We'll do a little bit of contrast, not too much there. Now the highlights, turn on the highlights there. Now do that with the midtones, and that with the shadows. Do that with the whites, and do that a little bit. That's light. That, do that with that slider there, and that. don't need to do too much with the haze there. Sure, it's shade, not tungsten, as you saw. Um, you saw how that tungsten white balance turned it all blue. Okay, maybe a little sharpening there. Well, maybe a little more sharpening. Maybe a little more sharpening would be needed. And don't need it super crunchy, but maybe that much. Yeah, that's gonna work. The sharpening is gonna work. All right. We'll export that. So yeah, as you can see, sometimes when editing photos, you can see something, and it's like, ooh, was that in the other images? Then you have to go back and you have to see, what you missed in the other images. All right, so here are some of the booths that were at the were at the street hockey tournament. You don't know what that one was for. It was one of them. Maybe the play on main booth. Um, and I don't know. And I think this was just for information and all that. There were other booths there, Hockey Canada, and I think a merchandise booth and all that. But you won't see them because somehow what happened was, and I didn't catch this in time. Not until I started looking over these photos. But somehow the lens hood somehow got a little didn't. Or got unlocked from the position that it's supposed to be in when it's attached, and it ended up causing some major vignetting to the point where I wouldn't have been able to do anything with the images to save them. But there was like a Hockey Canada booth, there was a cotton candy booth, there was a merchandise booth that I'd also gotten pictures of that I didn't realize that the lens hood caused a major vignette, so yeah. I'm just checking for chromatic aberration so we don't have to come back to this image. Okay, so because this is a booth, we don't have to do too much with it. Little contrast. The highlights a bit, the midtones, the shadows, the whites, and the blacks a little bit. Alright, and yeah, it just looks like it's an information booth there. And it's in one of the parking lots for one of the plazas in on along 33rd Avenue and Martel Loop there. Don't really need too much structure. Haze. Yeah, I think daylight will work because this was in daylight that this was in the sunshine, not in the shade that I got this picture. A little saturation, a little vibrance. We don't need any details, so we'll just export it. And unfortunately, I didn't. I noticed that the lens hood had unlocked from that position where it's supposed to be in time to be able to see the cotton candy booth and the Hockey Canada booth, and the merchandise tent. But although the cotton candy booth was right beside a driving force, I believe, van, so yeah, I don't know if that would have been good. Oh. This the cotton candy booth? Oh, this is the cotton candy booth. Okay, never mind. I did get the cotton candy tent. Okay, so it was a drinks tent. Okay, and they were selling various types of Gatorade. Uh, oh, hold on. Let's see if I can do the transform with this instead. See, do something here. Yes, that's more like it. And then do a crop like that, and that. That. Yeah, apply. Um, horizontal. go here. Okay. Okay, so now we'll have to do a little more cropping here, and that way we get it right. And so you see, that's how perspective editing works. And yeah, now that looks, and you can still see all that. So there's the cotton candy booth. So it was actually the drinks booth, although, or with the drinks tent, something, yeah, it was right beside a driving force fan, so I don't know if that would have looked good anyway. Um, or no, it wasn't a Hockey Canada booth, it was a Hockey Calgary tent. Yeah, it was the Hockey Calgary tent, but yeah, again, the vignetting was bad that, and for those of you who were here during my, the second photo stream that was almost a year ago, when I edited those photos, I gone to, where was it? Was it Fish Creek Park? You'll remember that there was a little bit of vignetting sides there, but it was okay because one, it was just could easily replace it with the sky there, and we could replace it with grass there. But yeah, that vignetting, I mean, yeah, it was pretty bad. Although with the driving force truck beside the drinks booth, I don't know if that would have looked nice or not. Anyway, in an image, and also the Hockey Calgary is right beside a van or truck or stuff like that. And again, I don't know if that would have looked nice anyway. Um, yeah, here's the cotton candy tent here. And now you see how perspective editing works. And this is also the case in DxO Photo Lab. With the well, it uses well with DxO Photo Lab, it also makes use of DxO Viewpoint there. So like it ends up being a bolt-on type of add-on or extension. Um, and what it does is it does same type of perspective editing using sliders and all that. I don't know. Although with that one, it does automatic cropping. It doesn't. Don't have to manually crop like over here. But yeah, you can see how perspective editing works now. Um, I don't think I've done too much perspective editing, so this might be the first time I were able to see the major ones. Maybe I did do a little bit of perspective editing. I was editing those classic car show photos, but nothing to this extent. And yeah, you can see the difference with perspective editing here, and how it works, and how sometimes you have to go really well, not really extreme, but really have to do the perspective editing. So we'll do a little bit of that. And again, because this isn't a food truck, we don't have to do any major detail. We don't have to bring out any details there. Like there's no real details that have to be brought out. Okay. Just a little bit of haze removal there. And daylight here. Okay. A little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance, and we don't need to do any sharpening there. Right? And I think these tents and boots, I had gotten the photos still with uh, the camera in what was it shutter priority mode, and oh wait, or check to see if I miss any chromatic aberration. Let's be safe. And yeah, it looks like I did. Good thing I came back when I saw it was at 40 millimeters. If there's any polar pink lines, I don't think. Oh, yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, just a tad. Yeah, not too much. Okay, so let's export that again and get rid of the original one that I had exported there. So we'll get rid of this one here, and Okay. And here's the main stage for the play on Calgary tournament. Looks like some perspective editing will be needed here too. But yeah, this is the main stage. I don't know if this is where they did the announcements. Like by the time I got there, they were already playing games. So I don't know if they were already doing the announcement stuff and all that, or if they had already done the announcement stuff. But I'm sure they would do the award ceremonies and the trophy presentation and all that. We better check for mag aberration here. I already saw some fringing there. Yep, gonna have to do some. For the green. Let's check. Oh, okay, so it's already in there. All right, all right. Looks like everything else is okay. All right, so I have to do perspective editing, and again, I want to do like that. Want to that. Okay. Shift. Shift it like that, I think. Oh yeah. If we want to do a little rotation. So you see, there's a lot you can do with the perspective editing here. And you have an aspect ratio where you can stretch it out like that, or straight, or just scrunch it down like that. So I want to do a little bit of an aspect ratio. Let's try to get this rotation right. We'll do it in the crop. Okay, and then like that, that, that. Okay, and then we'll do a rotation here. Swing the crop, it'll be a little easier like that. Okay. I have to do a little more perspective editing. Oh, I want a little more rotation, it looks like first. Go straight, but okay. Like that, perhaps, and then a little more horizontal there. Yeah. So like that. Yeah, that'll work. So there's how perspective editing ends or works. Yeah, so there's how perspective editing works again, and see, sometimes you do have to do the perspective editing. For instance, when you're in Banff National Park, if you decide to take the sign, sometimes, you saw with the past two images how it was a little, it didn't look properly straight on. It looked a little slanted on the horizontal plane, a little leaning on the vertical plane. So then you do the perspective editing to take care of that and to properly have looked the way you want it to. Now here we might do a little extra detail. Yeah. Just to get the details of that stage. Right. A little with the midtones. A little with the shadows. On the whites. Ooh. On the blacks. Oh, I didn't realize some. Oh. Okay, so I think this is the first time I'll be able to show you this little trick here. Now this is the Find Dust Spots preset. Um, you, I think, yeah, there was a YouTube video that I saw about dust spots and removing them in, what was it, on one photo raw. So, this video, the guy also said I have free presets that you can use. You just click on this link and download it. So, this is how you use it. Right, this is how you use the free presets thing. Okay, and you see all these dust spots, you can remove them and like that. What? Hold on. Hold on. Let's see what I can do here. 2. 3. Okay, so do like this then, a little smaller then. That. Okay, there, that worked a little better. You see, so this is the first time you're seeing this preset at work here, as you can see. Yeah, I've been wanting so badly to show all of you how this preset works, but I never had the opportunity until now. You see, this helps you. This takes away the need to always have to go into Affinity Photo. It only works if like there's a very little chromatic aberration, and there isn't that. You've seen it many times, the pink and green residue that ends up showing up. Okay, so we get rid of that one. Okay, oh, no, 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 no. And as you can see, this is just how it works. You go through it, and let me just see what happens when we use this eraser here. So that thing here. You see, it can take a little longer, but yeah, that like I've been wanting to show you this preset for a long time, and I finally get a chance to show you. Okay, so that doesn't work. Okay, so we don't want that. Definitely don't want that one. Okay, so we'll do the healing brush one. You see, it shows you all the dust spots, how it does, and you'll see this very shortly. You'll see it very shortly, and how you can find the dust spots also is this way. To adjust the exposure, I'll show you the dust spots, and you do like that. Okay. If we can remove that one there. You see, it's usually in the... That just created a bigger dust spot. Oh, there wasn't any. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. And then you go over... Yeah, there's a couple I can see here, I think. So we want to do that. That and, yeah, it's a YouTube video. I think you can do a search on one photo raw dust spots or something like that, or dust spot removal, and this video will show up, and then you can then you can download this preset if you have on one photo raw. I don't know how it's done in Lightroom, whether that guy has a preset for Lightroom or not. I know he has it for on one photo raw, so yeah. Like that. And see, this is how you just do it like this. When the dust spots show up, just do like this here. Yep. You see? It does save a lot of time here when you're trying to find these dust spots. I don't know. You do have to play around with the... Yeah, you do have to always play around with this exposure slider a little bit, so in case you missed something. Like here, I missed it, and I wouldn't have seen it if it weren't for me constantly adjusting the exposure like that. See how it does, and you'll see very shortly what the guy did once I... Okay, there's nothing else, but I'll just double check just to make sure. Right? Right, so all the dust spots are gone, and again, for those of you who are new to my photo editing streams, in case you're wondering how I get back to this view here, how I do it is I just press Command 0. If you're on a PC, you use Control 0. So this is what the guy did. You see the effects, he just did some extreme stuff with the curves somehow. Anyway, now we have to reset everything. Right, and as you can see, our transformation is still there, but the lens corrections, we have to redo. So we have to select the lens that was used. Now, in my case, it was this one. For those of you who use either a different camera, well, actually, there is this type of Sigma lens for that type of camera. Well, let me just see if I can do something here. Yeah. But for a second, oh, okay, so let's just try. Yeah, so sometimes it takes a little playing around, but anyway, that's the lens, and then, oh, I'm gonna go here, and then you just, so the purple removal, the green removal again, right? But, like, with the lens profile, you have to select the lens that you used, like, for me, it was the Sigma one, but, it could be a different one for you, so, just pay attention to the lens that you were using to take the photo. And now we just have to do the, editing again, since, yeah. So we do that. Here, we'll definitely want to get as much detail as we want, so that's where we'll use dynamic contrast. But you see, so now you learned another trick there. Yeah, you want to have this recover highlight hue there as well, because otherwise it could get messed up. So yeah, a little structure there. Turn down a little bit of the haze. And we want daylight for that. More saturation, a bit more vibrance. Then we want some detail. We do some dynamic contrast. Okay, and then tone enhancer here. We don't want full detail out of that, and that's what happens when we go full clarity, but yeah, that's a good amount. Alright, so yeah, finally got to show you that little trick that sometimes I use if I'm editing in on one photo raw. You see, it's a little faster compared to using DxO Photo Lab, and then sending it off into, say, it, Nick Collection, especially Color Effects Pro, and then finishing it off in Affinity Photo to get rid of those dust spots. So, yeah. I've been wanting to show all of you that trick for a long time, and I'm happy that I was finally able to show you that trick. Let's see what else we have. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just checking to see if there's any dramatic aberration before I start the editing of this image. No, there isn't. And as you can see, so this goalie is lighting up, right? So I don't know where the ball is. Looks like it's a little hidden somewhere behind somebody, but it could be behind this guy's. From the fact that he looks like he's in a shooting position, but yeah, the goalie is being aware of all of his surroundings there. All right, so let's do that straightening there. A little extra exposure. A little bit of contrast there. Some highlights there. Midtones. Shadows. Turn on the whites. Want to turn that down. And structure that with the haze. Now this will want in shade. Right, and then for saturate, a little bit of saturation. A little bit of vibrance, maybe a little bit of sharpening. A little extra sharpening happens here. Sharpening that does, maybe. Oh, let's turn down the sharpening. There. Now it's nice and sharp. Probably want to protect the skin a little bit. That way it's not completely making the skin look unnatural there. Right, so yeah, that's a good amount. I'll export that. Alright, so, okay, and here's the action here. And okay, so this guy, so now the goalie, and I don't know if the ball went into the net there or where the ball went. But it looks like everybody's getting ready for something to happen. All right, now we'll do the tone color here. Okay, so a little bit of contrast there on the highlights, midtones. Do that with the shadows. Do that with that slider. We'll do that much with that slider there, and do that. Don't want to go too far down with the haze there. Yeah, we want this in shade white balance there. That. Okay, let me just check to make sure that there's no chromatic aberration there. Oh, there is, and there's quite a bit. Alright, so a lot of green there. Right, and I better check the other image too. Yeah, I didn't see any, but sometimes this happens. Right, and then okay. Just check to make sure I cropped it properly. Yes. Do. Right, and maybe a little sharpening will be needed. I don't know. Just a little bit, but we don't have to do the extra sharpening. That much. And we can export that now, and we'll check the previous image just to make sure that didn't miss any chromatic aberration. I looked for it. I didn't see it initially, but it was when I saw it in this image that, yeah. Okay, so we'll just check the other image before we move on to that. See, oh yes, yes, yes. Okay, so I looked in the wrong place for the chromatic aberration. Get rid of that green fringing here. Okay, and we'll export that. Okay, and then we'll on to the next image that we were on to this image here. Right, and now, as I said, it was a pretty hot day there. We want to get rid of this one, yeah. I was about to get rid of the one that we, well, we had finished, that one was just, yeah, the one that we just finished. That other one was just a schematic aberration there. Okay, and let's see if there's any schematic aberration here. There might be. I'll just get rid of it anyway, just in case. Right, and in terms of how many rings there were, there might have been 10 or 12 of these rings set up. I'm not 100% sure how many rings there were. There were a good number, though, just because of how many games there were. Well, some weren't being used at the time. My guess is they had finished the first round of games before I got there, so I guess we'll do that. And that with the haze. Right, and then do I use shade or daylight? I'm not sure. Use, yeah, I guess daylight would work there a little more, just because the action is in the sunlight. So here, as you can see, they're just on the side there, and they're both going after the ball, while the other teams are, or not while the other team, while the other players, and I believe the other players are just standing back just in case if the ball goes the other way. Right, so that's what we do with that. We do a little bit of sharpening, and that's all we need. So we'll export that. All right, so let's go to the next image, and I know it now. When you compare this one to the first game that and when you compare to how many photos I got at this game compared to the first game, well, like I said, it was a hot day out. Yeah, when you're able to stay in the shade for as long as possible, you stay in the shade as long as possible. Yeah, it's yeah. I made sure I stayed hydrated. Like I said, there was a booth where you could get where they gave away free Gatorade, and I believe you could fill it up in your bottle, and I believe it was yellow Gatorade. At least at the time I was there. Maybe they had other colors there, but yeah, at the time I was there, it was the yellow Gatorade. So yeah. Oh, we'll just do this just in case. Right, and now we'll just, and here it looks like this guy was able to get possession of the ball there, and this guy is now readjusting so that way he could get ready for a possible action in his zone. As you saw, well, it's not in this image, but as you saw, there were some blue lines painted on the street there. That's where that was the goal line. So those were, or I should say, those were the goal lines. But yeah, just like in lacrosse, yeah, if the net moved, then the goalie would just pull it back, so that it's even with the with the goal line. Not like ice hockey where the referees then would try and get it back in the moorings there. Use daylight? Well, since the action, we'll use daylight since the action is in the sunlight there. Okay, yeah, we'll have to do a little extra sharpening in this image, I think. Yep. So we'll have to do a little bit of extra sharpening. Okay, there. And we'll add sharpening filter there. That's a little, well, that's a little too sharp. Not sharp enough. Yeah, that's good. That's good enough for my sharpening there. Great. I'll export that. So let's go to the next one. Yeah, this is sometimes what can happen in when you're shooting in the shade like that. Sometimes, yeah, and you have seen it a few times before. Where in the shade it ended up a little underexposed, but you just make do with what you have, and just get whatever detail you can get out of it for the editing. Okay, yeah, so there we go. You know what? Let's see if we can a little more straight. That looks a little better. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. That looks a little more straight like that. Right, and I don't think there was any chromatic aberration. Yeah, that's a green sign there. Right, so we increase the exposure a bit. Let's turn down the contrast on those highlights, and just the midtones, shadows, and yeah, there you go. So now you can. So you see that's why you shoot RAW, because you saw, right? If this was JPEG, I don't know if we would have gotten as much detail out of it. It's possible that there would have been a lot of red and orange and all these different colored spots in the area where this street was, because how underexposed the image ended up being. But because I shot in RAW, look at that. A lot of the detail we were able to get back. That's why you shoot RAW. Alright, so we do that. A little structure here. Turn on the haze a little bit. And I think shade would be better here. Saturation. A little vibrance. And yeah, a little sharpening. A little bit of sharpening here. Then a little bit of sharpening here. Okay. Now we can export it. Yeah, and I've mentioned this in every one of my photo editing streams that you should I always say is shoot JPEG to understand why first to understand why you should shoot RAW, because you'll find this out very quickly when you're shooting JPEG and you're trying to edit photos that there's a lot of blockiness that ends up coming, and you lose a lot of detail when you're trying to edit the photos. And then when you shoot RAW, you see all this detail that you didn't realize you had in the image. And with shooting RAW, that's basically just whatever the sensor captures. So even if and that includes if the image is a little underexposed, there's still stuff that the sensor captured that's hidden in those underexposed areas, and you'll find out when you edit them that, wow, there's a lot of detail here. Little contrast, not too much. We don't have to do a whole lot of contrast. Okay, so turn that down. And turn that, okay. Oh, just a little bit, not too much. And the haze, yeah, like that. And we'll do shade. And then saturation here. A little bit of vibrance. And it looks like here the guy is trying to shoot the ball. Oh, I didn't straighten it, did I? Yeah, that looks a little more straight there. Okay. Let me just see. Sure, I did, yep. Oh, okay, maybe it's still not too straight here. There. Now it looks a little more... let me see if I can... A little more straight. Yeah, that looks like it's... there we go, that's more like it. Alright, and... I'll do a little sharpening here, not too much. Alright, so... export that, and then get on to the next image there. Right, and then... Okay, so here's the next one, and... Okay, yep, so that guy was lining up for a shot, and there it is. And it looks like the goalie is in position to stop it, though there were a few times, or a lot of times I should say, where it seemed like the goalie might have it, and then it ended up flying into the net. And other times where it seemed like the goalie didn't have it, but somehow it stayed out of the net. Alright. Oh, nope. A little too much there. That. Yeah, that looks a little better. And, okay, so there's the tone and color there. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure a bit. Contrast a bit. And then the highlights here. Midtones. Shadows. Yeah, I'll do that with that slider. Do that with that slider. Bit of that. And a little there. We want to do shade. Saturation. A little bit of vibrance, not too much there. Then a little bit of sharpening there, I think. Yeah. Maybe a little extra sharpening, not too much there. Yeah, that's a little too sharp. Yeah, that looks good. And we'll export that and then move on to the next image. Okay, so then I'll do a few more images, then I'll take a lunch break. Right, right, and it looks like, well, looks like there's some kind of action there. Don't know what they're doing here, but doing something. And yeah, they're doing something here. Right, and so we don't really want to increase the exposure too much. Okay, we'll do a little contrast, not too much. Turn on the highlights. Those mid-tones. There's the shadows there. And oh, that's too much there. That's a little better, okay. Structured there. Yeah, that looks good. Right, and now we'll, since the action is in the daylight, we'll do the daylight white balance there. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely need to do some sharpening here. So we'll do that. Then do that here. Do that here. Right, and yeah, that we'll make sure to protect the skin there a little bit. Or a lot. It looks like they were just waiting for the goalie to do something, it looks like. So they're just getting ready to be in position there. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright, and now we okay, so now we edit this photo, and we better check again for chromatic aberration here. Looks like there is a little bit, so okay, that. Okay. Now, as you can see, well, it's right there, and the goalie is preparing to save it or poke it away or something like that, steal it from this guy here. I can tell you one thing, in this tournament the goalies were very active, but just because of how small the rinks were. Even though it was, well, 4 on 4, well, 3 on 3 plus goalies, so 4 on 4, you could, like, these goalies were very active just because of how many shots there were. I think one game, I forget the score, but one game was a blowout. I think one team only was able to score a couple of goals, and well, they gave up a lot. Let's just put it that way. I know it was more than 5 goals they gave up in one of these games. So yeah. So still, so yeah, the goalies were pretty active, but yeah, sometimes the scores still ended up being lopsided. I don't know if there were any shutouts actually in this tournament. I doubt that there were any shutouts. Right. So turn. Okay, so we'll turn that down. Okay, we'll keep it like that. A little structured there. Little turn on the haze there, and Shade would probably work out better here. Right? And a little saturation, a little vibrance. We don't really need too much sharpening this time. Alright, so... okay, so we'll move on to the next image then. Right, and then... this one, I think that was a save. You can already see the goalie getting a stick on it without it even loading up. Just zoom in to confirm. Yes, and yes, indeed, the goalie basically took it. Goalie basically stopped any scoring chance there by taking it. So it ended up getting saved there. Remember, check. Yep. So we'll have to do this. So we'll definitely have to do that. Right, and we don't have to increase the exposure as much. You do a little contrast, not too much. Some highlights. Okay, reduce the highlights there. On the midtones. Shadows a little bit. Trim that down. Okay, and then trim that down a little bit here. Okay. Some structure on the haze a little bit. Okay, and then we'll do shade for the white balance. A little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. And a little sharpening, not too much. Okay, there we go. So I think I'll do one more photo and then I'll take a lunch break. Right, and now we... So, just let me... Okay, so here's the next photo here. What happened? Just check to see why that photo did that. Let me just see what happened here. Why did that do that suddenly? Oh, I was wondering what happened there. Well, that was weird. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. Oh, you gotta love how sometimes the software does things like that to you. Doesn't matter if it's games or photo editing software or whatever. You gotta love how sometimes it does that. So what I'm just checking is making sure that there's no chromatic aberration first, and there isn't any. So there's the action, and what's going on is, oh, the ball. No, I think that's the ball. Is that the ball? Not sure. Not sure if that's the ball or not. Hold on. Let me just see from the next image that is. Um, Not sure if that's the ball or not. Okay. Let me just see what happened here. Let's just see if that's the same image as the previous one. Okay, let's... Not sure if that's the ball or not. I am not sure. I'm not sure if that's the ball or not. Hard to tell. Okay, so that's how... Let me just check the originals folder and see if determine. Nope. And otherwise, I just go into the Exo Photo Lab here, and if I can make out that image there. Okay, it was number 64. Eve? No. Number was it? Oh, wrong one. Sometimes that'll happen. Okay. Done. Sure, that's the ball. Hey, let's dump these. Okay, so what I'll do is no, we don't want that. So since I can't make out what's going on, and sometimes, oh, somehow a JPEG ended up in there. Wondering wondering what was going on. Turns out that was a JPEG. So yeah, so yeah, I'll just dump that since I couldn't tell if that was the ball or not. So yeah, sometimes this will happen also while you're editing photos. There, you end up coming across one, and upon second thought, it's like it doesn't look right. Yeah, that doesn't look like what I wanted it to be. Like when you first when you first see it, it looks okay and it looks good. And when you see it again, it's like, no, that didn't turn out so good, did it? All right, so then so you end up having to remove that photo. So now you get to see that part of the photo editing process there. Right, so move on. And, okay, there I know that's the ball. That I know it's the ball. And they're just, the orange team is trying to set up a play to see if they can get a goal there on the team wearing the black shirts. At least right, so that's straight now. Let's just check to, okay, yep, we're gonna have to do the fringe removal as we can. Right. So we do that. Now, do exposure here. Right. A little bit of not too much contrast. I was about to do a lot of contrast, which you don't want to do. When it comes down to sports photos, yeah, you don't want in sports photos a ton of contrast. Sharpening is fine, especially if you need a lot of sharpening. But yeah, contrast, no. Okay, and oh, well, okay. Good thing I zoomed in, because I think I turned on the whites a little too much. No. Oh. Right. Okay, there we go. We got it in the right spot. Okay. So right. And we'll definitely need to do some sharpening here. And sharpening across the whole image. So that much, and then we'll make sure to protect the skin. To protect the skin from the sharpening. And do that much, I think, should be good. Yep. So there. Right, and it's good sharpening there. Oh, that's something I didn't. So let's see what we can do here. Let's see if. Okay. Oh. Got to do that. Right, and let's see what happens when we remove details. No, that doesn't do it. Okay. Yeah, so sometimes this will happen here. Oh, I forgot to do it here. Well, Bit of structure there. The haze a little bit. Saturation. Vibrance there. And oh, so it's no. I want to do that. So move that entirely. That though does that, so something I didn't notice before. I'll have to probably do that much here. Oh, Chris, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in, and thank you for getting a subscription to Chamber. Oh, okay. I hope that's going well for you. I hope your workday is going well. Yeah, and again, thank you for the gift of subscription to Chambered. Right, so that's something I didn't. That's something that yeah, I didn't notice, but yeah, we'll have to make do with that. Okay. Right, and all right, so I think yeah, we can do that with the. I think we can do that with the image there, and that's something I didn't think about that could happen there. Let's check the other images to see. Let's check the other images because yeah, with with those whites, sometimes it's very easy to not realize that yeah, you could end up vastly darkening some of these there or shirts there. That's okay. Or the ones in the sunlight there that we have to pay attention to. Let's check that out. So we'll check that out then. Right, so okay, that so that looks okay there. And let's check the okay, so that it was just in that chart, I guess. Let's see. Let's check this one also, just to make sure that yeah, and then I'll take a lunch break there. Just making sure that all these weights look proper, and that was the only one there. And yeah, I think that was the only one. It looks like that that little happened to it, but we'll just double check. Okay, that looks okay. I might we're gonna check that one just to make sure. And this is why, because you see, this is why you always go back and check when you're editing the photos there. All right, and it looks like everything else. It was just that one somehow. Only that one seemed to have that happen to it. Check in here, but it looks like that was the only one where it happened, which is a little weird. Okay, yeah, so it was just that one there that it happened to. So what I'll do is I'll just edit okay, I'll just edit one more and check to make sure that yeah the so that's why I always upset or that's why I always said that sometimes when you are editing these photos sometimes you have to go back because it's like, oh, I might have missed something here, right? So I'll just apply the crop. Okay, that's a little too much. That made it a little crooked the other way. And there. And it looks like that guy passed it to his teammate here. Um, Seeing if there was maybe an open shot available. All right. Right, and then just the exposure. Well, let's decrease the exposure. We need to increase it a bit because yeah, those shadows. Yeah. So we'll turn on the highlights a bit. And just the midtones. Shadows now. Let's see what. Oh, yep, I just saw something happen there. Okay. I want to do that, but if we do that, that's going to happen. Yeah, I guess that's as good as it'll get. Right. I saw that. So we'll increase that a little bit. Okay. Do that. There's the haze there. Right, and then we'll do shade for the color. We'll increase the saturation, the vibrance a bit, and okay, so we'll increase some of the sharpening there a little bit. Right, and then right, and then we do that. Yeah, we already did the sharpening there. Now we'll do a little more sharpening here. That's a little too much. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, that's definitely a good amount of sharpening there. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a good amount of sharpening, so I'll export that. We'll export that. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll now take a lunch break and then and then after lunch I'll continue on. Then after lunch I'll continue on with some more of the photos. So I'll see you all after lunch. Hey everybody, I'm back. I was just about to start editing photos again, and I just realized, oh yeah, the mic is still muted. So I've been talking about it, and you all wouldn't have been able to hear me. And then I probably would have heard or I probably would have seen chat eventually. You're muted. You've been editing photos and talking about stuff, but you're muted. So yeah. Yeah, just making sure that the blue light, that in case that the mic is on, is still is on. And okay, now here. Okay, so now with this image, yeah, it'll have to be straightened out quite a bit. Yeah, that should be good. All right, and it looks like here either this guy was gearing up for taking a shot, or he was just looking at is there an opening, and well, at least from my view in this image, yeah, he had an open lane, but you never know. This guy could have he could probably have, well, it might have hurt and maybe injured him, but maybe he would have been able to dive across and stop the shot. The reason why I say it might have hurt him or injured him is because, well, talking about asphalt and yeah, that's a hard surface. Concrete can be bad, can be hard, and so is asphalt, especially when you're trying to dive on it. So maybe this guy might have. He's thinking about, okay, how do I block this shot? Do I leap across or do I put my stick out? What do I do? So anyway, we'll do that with the exposure. No, we don't want to take away contrast. Just a little bit of contrast, not too much. Highlights with the midtones. Shadows there. Do that. Yeah, do that. And a little structure, not too much, and then see what we can do with the haze removal. Yeah, that's pretty good. And we'll, yeah, since this is mostly in the shade, we'll do shade. And yeah, we'll need to do, I did see we'll need to do a little bit of sharpening, or some sharpening, I should say. So, do that much, and then we'll go into the effects and do stronger sharpening. Okay, we'll do that. And, oh yeah, that look, and there it is. The ball and sticks are pretty sharp, and everybody's pretty sharp. Alright, we'll export that. Alright. Right, and now we will... We'll move on to the next image now. Alright, okay, okay, so here's, I think, the next image, and so, okay, so what he's doing is, he's thinking about taking the shot, but he has an open guy here, so he's not sure what to do, and the goalie is, well, he's square with the ball. That's I remember when my brother, like, when we were playing hockey in our basement, a few times I would try playing goalie, and my brother would always tell me, okay, be square with the ball. Actually, in the Smiley Youth Hockey League, I remember I played, had a sub in for the goalie once, because, yeah, he missed the first half. How that worked was, I think, 2 halves of 20 minutes or 25 minutes or something like that, and so somebody had to step up, so I put on the pads and all that, and yeah, that and of course I had a really, I wasn't, like, I remember I made a few good saves, and I had a regular hockey stick. I did not have a goalie stick, so yeah. Oh yeah, well, this guy doesn't even have a goalie stick. There you go. So yeah, just like that, and yeah, so that's what ended up happening. And but yeah, I also had a lot of good defense in front of me, which was really nice. Although I can understand how a goalie can get easily screened. Having played in the having played in the net and seeing all those guys in front of you. Um, yeah, there were a lot of defenders in front of me. Okay, let's straighten this out a little bit more. A little bit more like that. Yeah, that looks better. But yeah, because when you have like 4 or 5 guys in front of you, you're bending your head and you're like bending your body in various ways to try and see that ball. So yeah, I can understand how it can get when it comes down to um, how it can be when you're talking about the trying to how these goalies can easily get screened. Yeah, you're bending in various ways to see that ball. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the goalies when they give up a goal and they're heavily screened. So we'll have to do some more sharpening here. That might be a little too much. Ooh, to protect the skin. I forgot to do that on the other one, but well, I didn't do too much anyway. Um, that definitely looks like it helped out a lot. Um, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there. Oh, now we'll export that. All right. So move on to the next image now. I will tell you this much: having this software really does save a lot of time because, yeah, like I said before, with how many images are we at now? 189. Yeah, that would take me a week before with the old software I was using, like it was Skyloom software. So, um, like I do still have Aurora HDR, and you have seen me use it before to edit landscape photos and street photos. But outside of that, I mean I'm not really a fan of Luminar anymore. Yeah, it has a lot of bugs, and they don't really seem to care to fix those bugs. And yeah, so that guy ended up taking the shot. So he was thinking about what he was gonna do, and he ended up taking the shot. And yeah, this guy tried to get in the way to block it, but as you can see, it's on the way to the goalie. Okay, so wait, let's just check to see if there's any. Yep, there's some fringing there. All right. There's the fringing there, and oh yeah, might help. Might help if I actually look at the main part of the image to see if see all my edits that are going there. Okay, so there's that. Now we have let me decrease those highlights. There's the midtones, the shadows. Oh yeah, we don't want to do that too much. Do that. Remember checking the background also, just make sure. That's important. Background, okay. And then we'll increase that just a bit. Then we'll do a little bit of structure, just that much. A little bit of haze removal. Now, yeah, shade for the white balance. A little extra saturation, vibrance, but yeah, we'll definitely have to do a little bit of lens, or not lens correction. A little bit of sharpening. Yep, do some that there. Now, yeah, we want to do a skin protection there. um, yeah, more that. See if it is. Yep. Oh yeah, that really sharpened the image, didn't it? Now you can see the ball there flying. And the good, yeah, I do remember when I played in the Smiley Youth Hockey League. Um, there was this one guy who had a really hard slap shot. And every time he wound up, we all got out of the way because, yeah, that ball, yeah, that can hurt. That ball, and so the goalie would get a clear view of the shot. I don't know how much it stung or not. Okay, so there's the save. So this guy ended up so the goalie ended up saving it there, despite. Yeah, but I didn't see any hard slap shots there. I don't know if any of the players here had a hard slap shot or not. But I do know that I was always worried about. Oh boy, I hope this ball doesn't fly at me and hit my camera or hit. Okay, if it hits my body, that's bad. If it hits my camera, it's bad. So yeah, it was nice to see that that didn't go. That if it did go out of the rink, it was always over the net behind the backboards here. Right, so we'll do that and do that with the midtones. We'll do that with the shadows. Um, but yeah, as I said earlier on in the stream, yeah, that person who got the surprise with their plants, I should say, um, or the person, or that ball that flew into that person's plants. Yeah, that must have been quite the surprise. Like where on earth did this ball come from? Yeah, I know there's a street hockey tournament, but I didn't expect it to fly all the way here. Uh, no, that's not it. Uh, yeah, it might have been a different game. We only need a little bit sharpening here, so we'll export that. And I do remember that also from this, before every game, the teams would do a warm up. They would just take their shots at the shoot the ball at the goalie, kind of to warm up. Okay, and oh yeah, and there were a few times where the guys, if they were at the sideboards there, they would step. Oh wow! Oh, there's the guy trying to take a shot there. Uh, there's the guy trying to take the shot there. You can see that. Okay, yeah. What they would do is they would put one of their feet over the boards and then step back in. I think. Oh, wait, it's not quite. Yeah, that isn't the button I wanted to press. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, then we'll crop it now. Now, let's reset it and try like that. Okay, we'll do like that. Alright. Yeah, that works. Yeah, so let's check to make sure. No fringing here. I think I saw a little bit. Okay. Okay. So we'll now. It's gonna be a little. Well, the action's in the sun. Um, a little bit of uh, contrast. We'll reduce the highlights a bit. That helped. That with the midtones. Do that with the shadows. That. Okay, and then do that. Just that. Okay. A little bit of that. Because the actions in the sun will do a daylight white balance. Okay, and then we'll do a little bit of sharpening here. Okay, I think that's good there. Okay, so now we'll go to the next image here, and there's the guy after he takes the shot, and well, the ball flew somewhere. Yep, the ball definitely flew somewhere. Yeah, the ball flew somewhere. I don't know where it flew. It must have flown out of the frame, but yeah, that's what happened after the shot was taken. right there. And let me just, okay, so we were infringing here, right? And increase the exposure a little bit. Do that with the contrast. Yeah, there's the highlights. We'll do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows. We'll do that with the whites, but we'll just check to make sure it's okay. Right, good. Yeah, after that one edit on the shirt, or those two edits with that shirt, we had to make sure everything's good. That. Okay, so do that with the shade. We don't want to do too much saturation or too much vibrance. Okay, yeah, we'll get that. Maybe just a little bit of sharpening, not too much. Okay, so now we can, actually, what did I choose for the white balance? I choose shade. A little bright. Let's try, yeah, let's use daylight instead. So, we'll move on to the next image then. Alright, and so we'll move on to the next one. I believe this is the last image of that game. And as you can see here, just some action from the net there. So we'll just straighten this out a little bit. Okay. So we'll straighten it out. We'll probably do anything else. Yep. That's what I thought I'll have to do. Do this fringing. Yep. There. Do that fringing now. Okay, and a little bit of exposure. Not too much contrast there. We do that with the highlights. That with the midtones. Yeah, we want to do that with the shadows. And then with the whites there, we want to do that. Do that. And then we'll do that with the haze. Okay, we'll do shade for this. And then there. Sharp. So pretty sharp there, actually. So just a little bit of sharpness, not too much. And there. Okay, so we'll export that. Okay, now it's saving, and now we can move on to the next image, and okay, move on to the next game then. Oh, it might help if I press browse. Okay, there we go. And here's the next game, and it's in the sunlight here, as you can see. And it looks like it's a team wearing red shirts versus a team wearing white shirts. So here we'll definitely need to straighten that out quite a bit. Okay, there. And this is just some action there. I guess you could call it the neutral zone. I mean, yeah, I guess you could call it the neutral zone. Okay. There's no fringing there. Right, so we can start. So we don't really. I guess we could do a little bit of that with the exposure. Those highlights, yeah. And the midtones. Shadows. That. Okay. Do that. So we didn't have to do too much with the exposure, as you saw. Don't have to do much with the structure. Just do a little bit with the haze there. All right, and then daylight, obviously, because it's in the bright sunlight there. There. There, okay. Well, it's pretty sharp. Right, and as you can see, he's defending. against whatever play this guy's thinking of doing. So I'll do some of the sharpness there, and more sharpness here, but make sure to skin here. Right, and yeah. So we can export that and move on to the next image. Oh, might help if I click export again. Okay, right, so now go to the next image there. And let's see what happened. It looks like there's a save. There's a save here. Yep, and as you can see, it's kind of caught up between the pad and the leg. Yeah, just like in the pros, what happens there at times. So check to see if there's any cringing here. Nope. Cringing from what I can see here. I'm just sure. Okay. Yeah, you can see that that's the save there, and it looks like it got stuck in the pad. So well, I don't want to turn it down too much. So we'll do that, and then turn down those highlights. Just the midtones a bit. Shadows a bit, like that. And those whites a bit, or turn on those whites a bit, and then that down a bit. Don't need to do too much here. And do that, yeah. Now we'll have to increase the exposure a little bit. Now we can probably see the play. And just a tiny bit of sharpness, not too much there. Alright, so one thing that I noticed is this ref, like the ref for this game, he actually, I think he was the only one, at least from what I saw, who actually uh, stood in the field of play there. Now the other refs, they I think stayed close to the scoring table or on the sidewalks away from the play. Okay, so it looks like the ball then disappeared there. So yeah, they had a little trouble getting. So we had to take a bit of time to get it out from where it was stuck. Let's check to make sure no fringing here. Okay. Now we'll definitely increase the exposure a little bit. Oh, no. Want a little contrast, not too much. Turn on those highlights. Do the midtones, shadows, whites here, and that down. A little structure here. That's a little too much. Now we got it right now. Got the haze. Want the daylight here. Do that with saturation. That with vibrance. Yeah, we'll need a little bit of sharpening. And check the skin here. Okay, and turn down that sharpening a bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good there. Alright, so we're going to export that and then move on to the next image now. Right, so next image. Now let's see. This is another shot that was taken. I don't know where the ball flew. Let's see where the ball flew. There's no way to tell where the ball is. Oh, there. No. Oh, there's the ball. No, that's not the ball. That's the post. I don't know where the ball went. Right, so increase the exposure just a little bit. With contrast. The highlights there. Do that with the midtones and the shadows. And the whites there. And the blacks like that. A little structure there. And on the haze. Okay, this one we want daylight. And then we go saturation. Vibrance there. And need some sharpening. Do that, and then sharpening here. Want to protect the skin. And yep. I don't know where the ball ended up going in this shot. It could be in the pads of the goalie. Could have caught it. Well, maybe we'll. Oh, okay. I think it looks like he's trying to catch the ball here, and or not. I don't know where the ball ended up going. It's not in the net, that's for sure. But yeah. Let's just do some fading out of the image. Okay. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Not to do too much there. Oop. I don't know where the ball ended up there in that shot, but well, the goalie's reacting, so it must have been somewhere. Anyway, so turn on the highlights there. Turn on the midtones there, the shadows there. The whites will turn down. Down the blacks. Okay, there's a little bit of structure. Don't need that much with the haze. Okay, that's enough. Daylight. A little saturation, a little vibrance. And just a hint of, or not too much there because it was already pretty good there. Okay, so now let's export that. Okay, now let's see. There's another image there. Well, it seems to have drawn a crowd, so I'm not sure where the ball went. A very good question where the ball went. Well, it didn't go that high, so that's a very good question as to where that ball ended up going. Okay, so we'll straighten this out a little bit, or we'll straighten this out. See, how's that look? Yeah, that looks good. Okay, so that's straightened. So here's some exposure there. A little bit of contrast there, not much there, and then do that with the highlights, with the midtones, that with the shadows, do that, okay, and then a little bit there. You turn it down there, and do the daylight there, saturation there, and vibrance there, and it's already pretty sharp. It's a little extra sharpness there. Okay, so we'll export it now, and we'll export. Okay, now we can on to the next image here. Okay, here, just the goalie covering up the ball. I think you can see it through the meshing of his mitt, or not. But yeah, it's under there. It was just covering the ball. It came out of the net a little bit, or a lot, in order to cover it up. Okay, so we'll do that with a little bit of contrast. To the highlights, midtones, shadows, the whites, and the blacks there. That. Okay, so we'll do that as daylight white balance. That, and just a little bit of sharpening. Not too much there since already pretty sharp. Alright, so now we'll go to next image here, and alright, so here's the guy on the team with the white shirts shooting a ball at the goalie. He's way out of his net, and oh, okay, there's the ball, and as you can see, the ball is going to go to where he's got a really good angle on it, so it looks like the goalie will probably save it there. Want to straighten that out. That. Okay. And exposure. Contrast. A little bit of contrast. Turn down the highlights. There's the midtones. There's the shadows. Do that. Then that. Okay. There. And there. Okay. So now we do that in the daylight white balance. That, I don't think we need much sharpening there because it's pretty sharp as it is. Oh, maybe a little bit. We'll see how it looks and accordingly. Okay, and right, there we go, and we can now move on to the next image after exporting. Right, so now we can and okay, so we did save it, and then somehow it somehow went to the side there, as you can see. Right, and as you can see, there's the ball. So the goalie did save it, but yeah, he didn't. I don't know if he did a good job of rebound control or not, but yeah. Okay, and we'll just check to make sure for no fringing there. I don't think there was any. No, there wasn't. So we'll do that, and a little bit with that exposure. Do that with the contrast, the highlights, midtones, shadows there. Down that. Let's check to make sure. Okay. And turn that down. A little there. Do that with the haze. Do the daylight white balance. Not too much saturation, vibrance. Okay. Okay, there. Right, and now we can move on to the next one. But you see, yeah, sometimes it's just like real hockey, where sometimes you think you have the angle right as the goalie, and ends up you don't have the angle right as the goalie. And oh, I was wondering, is that is that two balls there? Let me just check. No, that's a shoe or his pad. Yeah, from there, it looked like it was two balls there. It turns out it was just his pad or his shoe. So we'll straighten it out there. Yes, we'll do that. And do a little that with the exposure. A little bit of contrast. Turn on the highlights, midtones, shadows, those whites. That. I'll do that a little more. Okay, now not that much. That. The daylight, white balance. Okay, don't have to do too much saturation and vibrance here. Right, and then just a little bit of sharpening there, and we'll do the export. I think in one of the games, what had happened was somehow there were two balls, so they had to kind of stop the action for a bit while they got everything all sorted out. Yeah, that was yeah, that was a little different there. Okay, so I don't know if that ball went in, but as you can see, it's unless he put a stick down over there, it's on its way in. Right, and we'll do that. Okay, and adjustment there. Okay, so we'll apply that. See if we can just a little more. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, so now with the exposure. Okay, we'll do that with the contrast. Do that with the highlights, midtones. Those, we'll do that with the whites. Oh, might help if I actually chose the slider. Okay, we'll do that with the blacks. There. No, we want it there. Okay, that's a good amount. Daylight, full saturation, full vibrance there, and we might have to remove an object from there somehow. Oh, see what we can do there. A little sharpening there, and let's retouch. That works to get rid of this. And get rid of that. So it's going to try and erase that object. Let it go. It did not do anything there. Okay, let's see what we can do here. If we can erase that thing here. Hope we are able to. Might as well just have to leave it alone. Because there's no way a clone stamp tool is going to work here. Oh. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. See if I can get rid of that first. Nope. Okay. And this is something that can be very challenging, just trying to get rid of unwanted objects. Here, a clone stamp is not going to work because, and you've seen me use the clone stamp tool before in Affinity Photo, and here it won't work because there's those trees, so I don't really want to pop that thing out, but okay, well, only one other thing we can do then. That is, I have to crop it out then. Didn't want to have to do it, but we're gonna have to do it. So that way, oh, I did that. Turns out it wasn't straight yet. And let's apply that and see if that worked. Yes, it did. Now it's straight. I didn't want to have to crop it out, but there was with the tree shadows. there wasn't any way I would have been able to crop that out. And there was no way I would have been able, or no, I did crop it out, but there was no way I could have used a clone stamp tool to make the adjustments, especially when you have the asphalt there. Alright, so now, I don't know where the ball went in this one here. I don't know where the ball went here. It looks like the goalie was reacting to something. I don't know where the ball went. Anyway, we will that for guess we'll do that for. Oh, hey, Venom Visions, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? I don't know where the ball went here, but anyway, his reaction to something, so there must have been a shot. Maybe the ball is hidden behind these guys, but uh, yeah, I don't know. It might be hidden behind these guys, but anyway, the goalie's reacting to something. But yeah, we'll just do some editing here and some adjustments. But yeah, I'm doing good. Yeah, my day's going well. We're getting through as many photos as I can, and yeah, everything's going good so far. The photo editing is going well so far, and yeah, yeah, this is that street hockey tournament I was talking about. What was it? Earlier in the week or last week? Yeah, this was a really fun thing to go to. I mean, yeah, it was so great just being able to just being able to uh, be out there and enjoy the nice weather. Yeah, and it was also really and this was a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely the word is like I mentioned, there was one game where there was a fight that nearly broke out because one guy was acting like an enforcer, but otherwise, yeah, it was just a bunch of fast-paced street hockey action. Right, so we'll do this with the midtones here, this with the shadows, turn that down. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, and, yeah, I did mention that they had the booth where where they were just giving away free Gatorade. Yeah, I believe it was the yellow Gatorade, but I had already had plenty of water with me, like 2 bottles of water. So it's like, yeah, I don't really need to fill up with Gatorade. Yeah, I can't remember which game it was that was. I can't remember which of these games it was, but I do remember the ball flying all the way, like in one of the people's, like in one of the apartments. Like there, there are apartment buildings along this street here, and like it was on the first level apartment, but still, ball flew high, got over the fence, and landed in the plants. Yeah, so you can imagine that person's reaction when they check their plants and where did this ball come from? Like I know there was a street hockey tournament, but it could fly this far. So we'll turn that down and let's do that, and we'll yeah, just it there. That's good. Hey, daylight there, the white balance, and then saturation, vibrance. And just a little bit of extra sharpening there. Okay, and we can export it. And now this weekend, I know on Saturday there's this Hero Fest happening in downtown Calgary, so I'll see uh, if I'll be able to go to it, and then if I am, I can look at taking some pictures there. Whereas I do know Sunday also there's this Pause in the Park uh, event at River Park. So I'll see if I'll be able to head there instead to get some photos. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain, because I remember, yeah, because on this day, yeah, it was hot. But as I was going home, I look up north and thick clouds are coming in, and looked like I got home before any rain fell. Because then it yeah, it was raining hard. I don't know if it was a thunderstorm, but I do know there was hard rain, and yeah, that's and for this thing, I mean, it was so hot, it was too hot for a jacket. So I was in shorts and t-shirt. So yeah, you have to wonder if the rain had come. Yeah, if the rain had come as far south as this event. I wonder what they would have done. Would they have continued with the games, or would they have postponed them until the rain stopped? Right, so this guy is just playing the ball against along the sideboards there. Right, so just a little extra. No, that's too much. Just that much. A little extra contrast, not too much there. Okay, and then that. The highlights there. Oh no, we'll do that, and then that down, and turn down the blacks. I don't know, we don't want too much. A little there. No, not shade. We want it in daylight, and yeah, along this street, like there were, like some of the games were being played in the shade, and some were played in the sunlight. So yeah, yeah, uh, yeah, that was a little different, just because going from shade to sunlight back to shade, yeah, it could get a little difficult. Like I don't know, the way these guys were playing though. The way these guys were playing the game, whether it was in the shade or in the sunlight, they didn't let it affect them. They just kept going, and yeah, they were able to keep their focus. Although I can understand why in baseball sometimes when the ball is hit and like the fielder's in the shade, it's coming from the sun, or if it's coming from the shade and the fielders are in the sun, how that can be a bit of a challenge to keep track of where the ball is. All right, and it looks like he's just trying to do a long pass or a long shot from about the center of the rink. And that guy is either trying to block the pass or block the shot. Oh, okay, so they maybe do an opening face-off there, since there's a face-off dot there right in the middle of the road. Oh, okay, so that's something I didn't know. Anyway, let's... Okay. And they're just getting ball into position there on the stick. And for those who joined the stream since my lunch break, yeah, this play-on tournament, the street hockey tournament, it's held in locations all across Canada. So yeah, it's a pretty popular one, I think, across Canada. And I know that they have events that go on all the way until I know they have events in September even. So yeah, I don't know where they have the events in September though. I forget what it said on the commercial. Right, so there's the structure, and we'll do that with the haze, just a little bit like that. And for those of you who are new to my photo editing streams, like in case you're wondering what software I use for editing my photos, it's a combination. Von One Photo Raw, which I'm using right now, which is basically what I've been using all stream long. I also have DxO Photo Lab. An HDR edit is required. Where is it? There it is. Aurora HDR. Sometimes if there's a lens flare that, like say a sun flare or something like that, that shows up, use Lens Flare Studio. There's Sky Lab Studio here if ever uh, feel that the sky needs to be replaced, which I haven't seen a need for yet. There's Reflect Studio, which causes reflection. So, of course, there's Nick Collection, but that is more relevant for some event photos. Well, not a lot. Definitely for landscapes, um, street photography. These ones are good for. Um, these are the Nick Collection things, and also there's perspective effects in Viveza. And what else is there? That's I think that covers all this. Oh, affinity photo, of course. That's more when I have clone stamping that can be done, or especially if I'm editing in DxO Photo Lab and there's sky and there's dust spots that need to be removed. I use affinity photo for that. Sometimes removing objects. Yeah, that's good software to use as well. And yeah, that's in case you're wondering what affinity photo uses, that's basically a Photoshop alternative. Okay. So we'll do that. Saturation vibrance and well, maybe a little sharpening will be needed. Just a little bit. Okay, protect the skin. Down. And zoom in here. Yep. Alright, there it is. So export these photos here. Or not these photos, this photo, and move on to the next one. Now, in case you're wondering why I don't have the film strip on this one enabled and I have it on DxO Photo Lab, is because this is the film strip makes this image a lot more tiny here compared to DxO Photo Lab, so that's why I don't do it that way with on one Photo Raw. And here's some action. It looks like yeah, there's a crowd behind the net, so like they're trying to figure out a way to the ball in front or get the ball away. And it's interesting that that the Flames were able to trade for Jonathan Huberdeau and was it that Mackenzie Weegar, that Schwint guy, and the draft pick for Kachuk? Because yeah, Kachuk made it well known that or not well known, but he had informed the Flames that he wasn't interested in staying in Calgary long term. So when a player does that, it tends to lower the amount that you can get for a player in a trade, and but it's really great that Calgary was able to get such a great haul, especially after the way Gaudreau strung them along until the last minute and then said, "Oh, yeah, I'm not interested in staying," and basically left for nothing. And even if the Flames a chance to um, try and find somebody or try and find a trade partner there, right? So, right, and yeah, there's a lot of action behind the net there. So I'm guessing the ball is there. Okay, so we'll just do a little bit of the sharpening. And we'll go to the next image now. Alright, and looks like that's another image of the action behind the net. I guess the ball is there, because otherwise you wouldn't see such a crowd behind the net. Well, it's probably hidden behind this guy, the ball, but yeah, you can assume that there's that the ball's behind the net from the way those guys are battling behind the net there. Right, so now increase the exposure here, contrast here, and turn on the highlights there. There's the midtones, shadows. Let me see if I have to. Yeah, that looks better. That looks more straight there. Actually, wait, let me just check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can just. Yeah, I don't think there is. Well, I don't think there is any fringing there. Alright, and then we'll that do. Oh, I selected the slider here, but I hadn't. Okay, so just no. Don't need too much, and as you can see, right. So there's, as you can see now, we can. Yeah, we don't need to. As you can see, there isn't a whole lot of sharpening that's needed there. There. I just check to make sure that I everything care of. Okay, good. So we can export that and export that. And yeah, in case you're all wondering what Carafest is, I believe it's a Caribbean festival that's held in Calgary at Shaw Millennium Park. Yeah, I've never been to one, so I can't really comment on what exactly goes on there. I was or I was hoping to go to the one 3 years ago, but I wasn't able to. Yeah, I'll see if I'm able to this Saturday, because it would be interesting to see what it's all about. Okay, so yeah, that's just some action along the sideboards there, and let's just check to make sure there's no fringing. Oh, maybe a little bit, and right, right, and then that. Okay, there. Right, and we do that. Do that. We do that there. And then that. Oh, yeah, we do that as well. Gotta make sure everything looks right. Okay, everything looks right there. Just making sure that reducing the white slider doesn't cause any issues like on that one orange shirt and those two images. Right. Yeah, we'll do daylight there. And we'll do that, and yeah, that looks like it's really sharp there. Yeah, it looks like it's really sharp, and so we don't have to do too much sharpness there, right? Okay, and then we move on to the next image here, and I'll explain what that tent there was. Kind of alluded to it throughout the stream, but you'll actually get to see what it looked like uh, probably shortly. Okay, so we'll straighten that out, and okay, so there's some more action along the sideboards. The guy playing defense, this guy trying to figure out, should I pass, should I shoot, should I just dump it in? And I don't remember exactly what happened there. What exactly the guy decided to do. Okay, so we'll do that with the highlights. Do that with the midtones, with the shadows there. Do that with that slider. We'll do that with that slider. Um, do that. Turn on the haze a little bit. Okay. Oh, yeah. I don't think we want the image to look completely blue. Yeah. I mean, in case you're the closest is tungsten in the presets, but yeah, I don't think we want it to look completely blue. Well then, just be right back, everybody. Hey everybody, I'm back. Oh, I said it's cloudy, not daylight. Okay. I didn't realize I set it to the wrong thing. Anyway, we'll just add a little sharpening here. Right. Okay, and now we'll look at processing. Right, it's saved, and okay. So I was talking about how they had a booth set up for Gatorade, filling your bottle with Gatorade. This is what it was. I didn't realize I still had continuous high on when I had taken this picture. So there were two pictures that were taken. All I needed was one. So yeah, both were sharp. I just chose one of them. But yeah, this is the Gatorade booth. Um, as you can see, here's the Gatorade. Here's another Gatorade here, and people are filling up their bottles with the Gatorade. Yeah, I believe it was yellow Gatorade. So, yeah, that's what it looked like. Okay, so have to, we're gonna have to do something here with some perspective editing. See if we can pop this. Okay. Well, let's see if we can shift it a little bit. There's no shift we can do. Okay, we'll just do that. And we'll crop it here. Okay, we'll crop it here. And there. Then we'll also do a little, we'll do the rotation here. And yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Okay, and I'll have to do a little more horizontal there. Okay. Yeah, okay, and then a little more vertical there. Okay, there we go. I think we got it. So you see, this is what perspective editing looks like. So this is what perspective editing looks like. Ooh. So let's see what I can do here. Okay, there we go. I think we got it straightened out now. But yeah, as you can see, this is what perspective editing looks like. Okay, wait. A little more. That. Add a little extra. Oh, no. Okay, let's see what, so apply that, and as you can see, that's what perspective editing looks like. You finally got it. Alright, so I don't think we really have to do too much to this. I mean, it's basically 2 tenths and some Gatorade there, so... Alright, so do that with the exposure, do that. Do that with the midtones a little bit, not too much there. That with the highlights, turn that down. So that down a little bit. Oh yeah, there's some fringing there, so get rid of the fringing. Oh, get rid of that fringing there. Okay. Alright, so I think that's pretty good there. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think I did a good job with the removal. So what I'll do is I'll reset all, and we'll do this one in we'll do this one in Photolab. Wait, what's the number for it? Okay. Right, and here it is, and then you'll see the difference with perspective editing in what is it? Uh, Okay, so I'll show you. So I'll show you how the perspective editing works in this thing here. Okay, so you see this. So in the DxO Photo Lab, you see this thing called DxO Viewpoint, right? So this is that software I was talking about, Viewpoint here. So this is pretty much how it works. Let me just see. Wait, we have to. So let's see what we can do. We have to reset that, I think. And like that, as you can see. And you see how up and down basically are vertical, and left and right is horizontal. Yeah, okay, so more. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the aspect ratio here. Don't really need to do that. A way to rotate. I think the way to rotate is, so we'll use the more here and click that purple fringing thing. And you want to use the horizon tool here. Let's do a little less horizon there. There. I think that's good. Alright, so now we can do our exposure compensation here. Select the tone, clear view plus. In case you're wondering what this clear view plus is, it's DxO's haze removal tool. So, okay, so yeah, when you have the haze removal, you can do it at the intensity like that or like that, and just for this one, I'll just keep it at 50, and then oh yeah, we're gonna have to also probably some dust spot removal, so you'll get to see that as well. So we'll do that with the highlights and midtones here, and then get the shadows up. Do that. Okay, and oh no, that's exposure. I was selecting. Oh yeah, we want daylight here. Okay, and boost the intensity. Yeah, that. Wait, hold on. Let's see what happens here. What happens when we do that? Nope, 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 nope. We'll just turn it down a little bit there. And contrast too much like that. And yeah, just a little extra that. So I don't really think we have to do anything else, like send it into. Well, maybe we can add a. Let me just see how it looks with that filter there. You'll see. Yeah, a polarizing filter would be a good idea, actually, when I think about it. So we'll try that, and then also, and then we'll also try the sunlight filter just to add a little extra sunlight to it. That might work. While it's doing this, I'll just be right back. I gotta go to the washroom. Alright, so now it's that. Let's see. No, we don't have to put it there. We'll add the sunlight filter and see how it looks. Let's see. Turn on the brightness. Actually, that does work a little better. Turn down the contrast quite a bit. Don't want to turn. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, so we'll save it and then we'll try and get rid of some dust spots in the image here. Right, and so we'll see how, and you'll get to see Affinity Photo as well. Alright, so we'll, oh, no, we want to do it that way, we want to do it this way. Ah, there it is. We'll open it up with Affinity Photo, and this is the Photoshop alternative. For editing photos, used to use it a lot more than I do now. I use it like when there's clone stamps and dust spot removal and other stuff. But yeah, you can. Yeah, I do know. Like with this software, you can do a lot. Like you can already see there's overlays you can put on it if you want. Now, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not gonna do all that. Now, in case you're wondering how I'm zooming in here, it's using the option, holding down the option key and then scrolling on the middle mouse wheel there. And there's a dust spot right there. Okay. And is there oh, there's another dust spot right there. Yeah, sometimes these are faint and easy to miss, but and sometimes you have to kind of lean at a certain angle in your chair in order to see them. But yeah, luckily I was able to see some. Um, see any others? Think there are any others in here? And this is and like I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but in Affinity Photo navigating using two fingers on the touchpad, and that's what I'm doing. I have my left hand or the index finger and the middle finger of my left hand on here, and I'm just moving the screen around here or moving the image around here with those. Yeah, so that's something. That's a little trick you can learn, or you can use. I don't. Oh, that is a dust spot. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it works the same way on PC. I've never used this software on the PC. So if you have a PC, you'll have to try it. Uh, all right. So what we'll do is now we'll export that. And okay, we want to go here, 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 right, and that. Okay, and we'll get out of that. All right. Now go back into on one photo raw. And this is another game played in the shade. So, and it looks like this one I came in when there was some action behind the net. Guy just standing behind the net and wondering, okay, what do I do? So we'll just there's the green printing that I did see. Right, so yeah, just some action behind the net there. And it looks like a team with white shirts versus a team wearing green shirts. Alright, so we'll increase the exposure a bit. I'll just add a little contrast on the highlights. the midtones, shadows, the whites. I'll turn that slider down as well. And, oh, no, we don't want that much. Okay. Now, this one we'll have to use shade because it was mostly in the shade there. Okay, and then that. This is pretty sharp, so set a little bit there, and we'll export that. Okay, and now we will go on to the next image now. But yeah, before I'd gone like what was it on one photo raw and some photo lab before yeah, to remove the. Let me just check and see. Oh, it was already straight. Okay, all right. Yeah, but before I got those two pieces of software, what I would do is I'll remove chromatic aberration using any photo, and yeah, it was not easy. And I remember it would take a long, long time for me to get through each photo. Sometimes half an hour or an hour per photo, and I would end up having to something this many images. It would take me like a week to get through. So yeah, this software is such a time saver for me in terms of how long it takes for me to get through them. Right, so we'll increase the exposure here. That with the contrast, and you're noticing how outside of the highlights and the whites, I'm not like most of the contrast. I'm not going too far up. It's because, like I said earlier, with sports photos, you don't have to do too much contrast, too much detail, um, and too much of many other things. Just because you're trying to just stop the action, try to capture the action. Yeah, you're not trying to do much more than that. Okay, so stay like there. And same thing with saturation and vibrance. The reason why it's again, we're trying to make the focus on the action there, and while you're trying to enhance the action, you're not trying to make it so like have that over processed look that it you can't you're not focused on the action. Like that's why you trying to do very little, so in that way, because the focus should be on the action, not on the other things there. Because yeah, you're just trying to stop the action there. And yeah, actually, when I was there, I don't think anybody whether they were using their phones or using like I actually saw a few people with a camera similar to mine. I don't know if they were DSLR or mirrorless, but they were similar to mine, and they were also taking some photos. And then there were, of course, a lot of people using their phones. I don't think anybody used flash photography for taking the photos, and I think and it's pretty understandable. I mean, flash, yeah, would really distract the players and it would cause a huge problem there. And I myself didn't use a flash. Like I just photo with like the built-in flash was down, and if I accidentally put it up, I immediately put it back down, and like I didn't even take out my like my external flash either. So I just took the photos with just like that with the lens and the camera, the lens attached to the camera, and that's it. I don't know which sports they even allow flash photography anyway. Maybe wrestling they do. I don't know. Okay, so here's a guy just uh, trying to get a play going from behind his own net, right? So again, that's something to keep in mind. To like, and it doesn't matter whether like motocross or anything like that. You have to like. It's better not to use flash uh, in those situations uh, unless like go yeah, it's better not to use flash in those situations, even like if you're taking pictures in extreme sports like at BMX competition or skateboard competition, it's a good idea not to use flash because you don't want to distract the competitors. Yeah, yeah, you just want them to do their thing, and if you want to take some pictures there, and nobody has an objection to it, yeah, you just use the camera with the lens attached, and that's it. Yeah, because you don't want to distract them. You don't want to distract any of the competitors when taking photos at any sporting event, whether regardless of what it is. Okay, so we'll put the highlights down here. And wait, let me just check to make sure there's no fringing. Doesn't look like there's any fringing. Right, and we'll do that with the midtones, we'll do that with the shadows on the whites, and do that. Right, and then that here, and then daylight, okay, saturation and vibrance there, and just a little bit of sharpening there, and right, so then we can move on to the next image there. Okay, and then it looks like he's still, in this one, he's still beyond the net and still trying to figure out, okay, where do I send this ball? So, still there, and the goalie is, he's doing something. It looks like he's just looking up and seeing, okay, you gotta watch out in case this ball gets, intercepted from behind my own net, or he tries to pass it and then somebody from the other team, intercepts it and tries to get a shot away. Alright, so yeah, it doesn't look like there's any fringing there, so yeah, we can just yeah, so we don't have to do any fringe removal there. Do that. Okay, we'll down that, and then do a little bit of that. But you can see how different it is when you're trying to edit sports action when it's in the shadows like that. But again, that's why you shoot raw, so that way you don't have to uh, worry about losing any detail. That's why I always say to shoot JPEG before you shoot raw, because you'll understand when you're editing why JPEG uh, is not the one that you want to use. Especially like with the sky, but even with something like this, because like you saw how much detail we got uh, from the image there just by shooting in raw. Versus if it was JPEG, I don't know if there might have been a lot of like red and yellow and all these different colored pixels, and it wouldn't have looked as nice. Okay, so we just do that with that, and then just that much sharpening, not too much there. And that's why, yeah. So it's very subtle, as you can tell when it, with the contrast and the sharpening. Only if it really does need a lot of sharpening, then I add a lot. Otherwise, yeah, it's not necessary. Okay, and yeah, it looks like there's some action in front of the net. I don't know where the ball went. I'm not sure where the ball actually went here. So I don't know. There's a lot of traffic though in front of the net there. So something tells me the ball was over there somewhere, and yeah, the goalie was just trying to keep it out of the net. And you don't think like and you it's a lot different when you see it in person versus just on TV, like with those NHL games. You see all that traffic and like those pileups in front of the net sometimes when the puck is there, and they're like, "Whoa, that's a lot of bodies." Like, you see it in person, it's like, "Whoa, wow, they're really going after it." Hey, yeah, that goalie, yeah, you have to be very tough when you're a goalie. Um, okay, so we'll do that with those. That that much with the haze. We'll do shade for the white balance. Okay, just a little bit of saturation, a little vibrance there, and it's already pretty sharp. Now with the sharpening. And then, so the next image is it. Nope, next image is not more in front of the net there, but it's over there. Over there, close to the sideboards there. Not sure where the ball is. I don't know where the ball actually is. Oh, the ball fly out. Yep, the ball flew out of the rink. Yeah, so remember how I was saying that sometimes the balls flew out of the rink? Here's a perfect example of that, because yeah, you can see the ball way over there out of the rink, and well, I don't know, maybe it hit the building and then came back or something. I don't know, but yeah, sometimes. Actually, there was one instance where I don't know if I was walking back to my car or I was checking out another game. But yeah, the ball flew so far out of the rink that it crossed the street. And then it went down another street because like this street is on I think on a hill, and so there was a downhill section, and it started going downhill. So somebody had to run after the ball to get it back. Like not from one of the people on the sidewalk, not one of the players in the game. So yeah, these balls, yeah, they travel the distance at times if they ever got out of the rink. Yeah, I already mentioned, of course, the person's plants. Okay, so we do that, and then here, and I'll do that. A little structure, not too much. We'll do that with the haze. Not shade. Let's saturation and some vibrance. And yeah, definitely we're gonna need to do some sharpening there. Do sharpening here. That might be too much, but we'll just protect the skin. Okay, and then we'll do that. Yeah, there's the ball out of the rink there. And yeah, I don't know if one of the players got it or someone on the sidewalk threw it back in, but yeah. But also the referee, like you know how, or these referees, you know how the umpires have these two bags, at their hips, with extra baseballs in case, like you know, there's a foul ball or ball hit in the dirt and it's or a ball thrown in the dirt, I should say, or something like that. And they have extra balls like that, so they just reach into those bags that they have for those pockets or whatever they are called, and then they throw it back to the pitcher uh, or whatever. Yeah, they throw it back to the pitcher. Uh, Basically, it was the same thing here, where the referees had extra balls in their pockets, so they would just throw it. Otherwise, they had some extra balls in the scorers table in these bins. So yeah, they were already prepared, knowing full well that say a ball could travel all the way there. And of course, I mentioned the plants. So yeah, they were well aware the ball could travel long distances away. So we'll do that with the exposure. We'll do that with the contrast. We'll do that with the highlights. Well, I'll just be right back, everybody. Okay, everybody, I'm back. Yeah, I just put the fish in the oven. Um, Alright, so here's the midtones. Guess we'll do that with the shadows. Do that. And I'll do that. Okay, we'll do that with the haze there, not too much there. Okay, oh, not daylight. Yeah, we want shade. A little saturation there. And a little vibrance there. It's already pretty sharp, so I don't have to do too much here. Okay. But yeah, at the hockey games they say watch out for, watch out for flying pucks, and here watch out for flying balls. I mean, when a ball can travel all the way across the street and then down a hill, yeah, they're not kidding, right? And here's some more action along the sideboards here. And as you can see, sometimes these games were pretty physical. Yeah, you wouldn't expect that at a street hockey tournament, especially since they're playing on asphalt. But yeah, I don't know what the prize was if the team won, but yeah, they yeah, but they really got physical at times. Though though only one game I saw a guy acting like an enforcer. The rest, yeah, I didn't see anything like that. Okay, so we'll do that there. Okay, that there. And then we want shade. I don't want to oversaturate it. Doesn't need to be saturated at all. Okay, so since this was already pretty sharp, do that. Okay, so we'll export that. Alright, and go to the next image now. Alright, so this is just some action in the corner there. Okay. It's pretty there. Okay, so we'll just check to make sure. I don't think, nope. Oh, maybe a little bit. Okay, okay. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah, that was needed after all. Okay. And okay, so we just had to do a little bit of fringe removal there, green fringe removal there, and then so we'll do that with the contrast. So the highlights there, midtones, the shadows, and that, and turn that down in shade, and little saturation, little vibrance, not too much. Since this was pretty sharp. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll right, so we'll just export that and then go on to the next image there. Right, and just check something in here. Make sure something. Oh, so there was a little bit of fringing there. Alright, so I didn't know that. I don't know. Yeah, okay, I guess there was some. Okay. Alright, so we'll re-export that and Basically, where you sometimes find the fringing here. Okay, so we'll go in here. For the copy to be made, and then we'll... Okay, there it is, so that's the number, okay. Right. Okay, so that one, and then... There wasn't any fringing in those ones, okay, okay. Okay. Dusty. Oh yeah. Go here. Here. Okay. I'll export that, and then exactly which one. Right, so and I mentioned this earlier in the stream. Sometimes you have to, even as you're editing, you go back and it's like, ooh, yeah, I might want to fix that. So yeah, that's what sometimes will happen. Okay, and there. Okay, so here's the next image now, and as you can see, the ball in the corner draws a crowd. It's a 1-on-2 situation there. Right? And let's just check to make sure that there's fringing. Doesn't look like it. See any. Don't see any fringing there. Alright, so let's go here. Well, let me just try and straighten. Let's see if we can straighten it out. Yeah. Okay, so we did need to straighten out that image. Alright, so let's check on the side here. Oh. Alright, so we'll increase the exposure a little bit. We'll do a little bit of contrast. The highlights here. Midtones there. Shadows there. Okay, we'll do whites there and slider there. And that. A little bit of haze removal there. And oh no, we want it in shade, white balance. Okay. That there with saturation and vibrance. Okay. And yeah, we'll have to probably do some sharpening, so we'll first do that. Then add sharpening there. Want to protect the skin, so we'll protect the skin there. And that. And looks like that's pretty sharp there. Okay. There's the ball there. Alright, so we'll export that. Alright. Yeah, I don't know how long also the periods were. I don't know how long the games were, how long the periods were. Yeah, I just know that. I just know that they had 3 periods there. Okay, so now there's this one, and it looks like there was a save there. I'm not sure. Not really sure. It looks like there might have been a save from the way the goalie is holding his stick, and the way that guy is holding his stick. Might have been a save. It's definitely infringing there. Okay, so right, so we'll just increase the exposure here. We'll that with the contrast there. We'll do that with the highlights there. Okay, a little bit with the midtones, not too much there. That with the shadows. On that and that down. Do a little bit of structure, not too much there, and then haze there. Okay, and then we want shade for the white balance. And then saturation, a little vibrance. Do some sharpening there. And yeah, so we can export it. All right, so let's see here. I think I'll do one more image, then I think I'll finish it. I'll finish the stream after one more image. I already mentioned that yeah, I might not be able to get through um, all the images in the stream, but I'll get through as many as I can. Just because there's so many images in here that yeah, it would be okay. So it looks like there is some fringing there, so get rid of that here. Because like I said, there's so many images that yeah, it would be tough to get through all of them in one day or one stream. But yeah, I would get through as many as I could, and yeah. So we'll do the midtones there, shadows there. That we'll do here. Okay, we'll turn that down. Okay, a little there, there. Okay, and now down to here, right, and then do shade, a little saturation, a little vibrance, and I don't know. Oh, there's the ball in the guy's glove. I just saw the orange of the ball there, and a little sharpening. Okay, yeah, I think I'll make this the last image that I do. All right, so let's let this save up this image. Okay. So yeah, we got through a lot today. Yeah, there's a lot of images in here. Yeah, we definitely got through a lot today. I'll just finish the rest of these offline, off stream, and hopefully the posting will happen. Yeah, hopefully the posting will happen Friday, but we'll see. We'll see when I'll be able to do the posting of the images. If there's still some that have to be edited um, on Friday, then, well, Friday will be an editing day as well. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll just finish the rest offline. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, as you can see, there's a lot. Yeah, so there's a lot. You know what? Before I close up on One Photo Raw, I'd like to just show you something. Like, you know where... Okay, let me just show you something. Okay, from this image onwards, I'm not going to tell you who the guy was, but I will say, this game where it was basically the purple guys against the green guys, that was the game where that one guy acted like an enforcer. Like, I'm not going to point out who was the guy who acted like an enforcer, or even who he tried to goad, or who he nearly goaded into a fight, but yeah, this was the game where there's that guy who acted like an enforcer. Yeah, and you wouldn't expect that in a street hockey tournament, especially one that's supposed to be for fun. So yeah, that was something interesting. Let me just quit on One Photo Raw. I'll close. Um, then put DxO Photo Lab. Okay. Right. No, I don't want to quit OBS. Yeah, we don't want to just end stream like that. Okay, so before I find somebody to raid, let me just share some websites with you, or share some links with you, I should say. This one is my campsite.bio link. This is the link to my other social media pages and my writing website, my photography website. So you click that, and you'll see all my social media on there. Like I said, and you can follow me on my social media. Like if you're on that same social media, you can follow me through that. Speaking of my writing website, here's the link to that. If you're interested in checking out my books, you click that link. You then in the navigation bar, click books written, and then you'll see all the books that have been published so far. And there's buttons there if you're interested in buying them. This is the link to my photography websites. The first one is about my business here in Calgary. You can click on that. You can check out all the stuff that I do, check out my portfolio and all the information about my business. Then the second link there is uh, the second link, my Pixelset link is where you can buy prints and digital downloads of my photos. You click that link, you scroll down. There's something that'll be called non-client photos. You click or tap on that, and gallery of photos will open up, and then you can order a print or digital download of whatever photos you want that of. Um, if you're interested in supporting my photography, here's the link to my Patreon page. Try to spell it right. And that's the link to my Patreon page. Become a patron at 3 tiers. The first tier is photos that I haven't shared on my other social media. Second tier is early access to the digital downloads and also exclusive coupons to my Pixelset website. Then the third tier, once I figure it out, it'll be the VODs of my live stream videos. So what I do is after the 24 hours, I upload them to YouTube, and so you have a place to go in case you miss me live. Once I figure out that how to uh, do that on Patreon, that'll be where you get the early access before they go public on YouTube. Yeah, another way you can support my photography is through Buy Me a Coffee here. You can leave a donation on this page here. I believe it's on the right hand side. Yeah, you click the link, and if you want to support my photography that way, you can leave a donation for whatever amount on there. And I believe there's also 2 membership tiers. There's no digital downloads one because I don't like how it works on Buy Me a Coffee. Um, and also I don't. And so it says 2 tiers. The first tier is photos that haven't been shared on my other websites, and also the Pixelset coupons. And then the second tier is early access to the live stream videos. Once I figure that out, and also there's my Subscribestar link here, um, which is another way you can support my photography. As yours are the same as the Patreon page. The difference is that the early access digital downloads are smaller in size because the upload maximum is smaller on Subscribestar. Then here's my wish list. Uh, if you're interested in seeing what's on there, you can click that link. See all the items. You're under no obligation to buy anything, but if you're interested, um, all the stuff on my wish list is on that link there. And if you happen to buy me something during stream, an alert will play. There's a sound alert, and I believe generic phone gives picture alert. So yeah, uh, that's what happens. But like I said, you're under no obligation to buy me anything. So those are all the links I like to share. So now let me find somebody to raid. Okay, let me see. Hmm. Okay, I'm just trying to find somebody to raid here. See who's on. Um, Um, let's see. Yeah, it could be a challenge trying to find somebody to raid, and I have no idea who is usually on at this time on a Wednesday, because yeah, usually I'm either napping or I'm just resting at this time on a Wednesday. So it's a little different for me to stream on the daytime or during the daytime on a Wednesday. So yeah. Um, yeah, so this is a little different. I'll be honest. This is a little different to be trying to raid out on a on a Wednesday during the daytime instead of at nighttime. So just bear with me, everybody. I'm see. Um. Hey. Hold on. Let me see if he's on. Let's see. Uh. I guess we can go to. I think we'll rate him. Let me just. Okay, so I think we'll raid Kev. Yeah, I've talked to him before in Jesse's streams. I don't know if Jesse's raided him before, and I was part of that raid. But yeah, he seems like and he has been in my stream a few times. Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. Um, let's check to see. Okay, I think he's still going to be streaming. Hope. Yeah, it does look like he's still going to be streaming, so we'll get this raid set up. Then we'll wrap it up before I do the raid. Okay. Let me just Okay, yep. So, so I did spell the username right. Okay. So, before I make this raid official, thank you everybody for coming in today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Hope you all were able to get something from the stream and were able to learn something from the stream. And hopefully you were able to learn something about photography and photo editing. Again, if you have any questions about photography, don't hesitate to ask me. I'll do the best I can to answer your questions. My next stream is going to be determined because, as you've seen from today, there were a lot of photos that I took that Saturday, and I don't know how long it'll take for me to edit them and then post them. Uh, go by last week, Sunday and Monday I edited, and Tuesday I posted. So it could be that tomorrow, obviously tomorrow I'm editing the photos still, okay? But it is possible I still am editing them on Friday, and definitely possibly posting them on Friday as well. So I'll tell you that Friday is definitely a no-go for stream. because I'll be either editing or posting, or even both editing and posting the photos on Friday. Saturday, I'm hoping I can go to downtown Calgary for that Terrafest. We'll see if I'm able to or not. Sunday, I may stream, I may not. I'm not sure. So it so basically it depends on how things are going, or the like how long it takes for me to finish these photos and then post them, and what ends up happening over the weekend. So it is possible the next stream could end up being Monday night for Retro Night. So if it's Sunday, then the stream would start between 11:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time, and it would be a daytime stream. If it's Monday, then the start time would be between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. So I'm not 100% sure exactly when the next stream is going to be, so just keep an eye out for my live notification when I next go live. But regardless of when the next stream is, hopefully we'll be able to see you all there. So let me make this raid official. Oh, Exotic, welcome in. Yeah, you just came in as I'm raiding, but if you can stick around for the raid, that would be great. Looks like you've been following for just over 5 months. Thank you for following for that long. Okay, we're on the timer. Looks like we have everybody. Uh, Looks like we have everybody here. So I'll quickly wrap this up before we do the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Oh, wait. Actually, I almost forgot something. So let me just cancel this raid before I have to cancel it, because there's a few things I missed. Also, thank you to Mance for the follow. Thank you to Chris for the gifted subscription, to Chambered. Thank you to Rise for the host. I really appreciate it. Again, as I mentioned, next stream is to be determined. Depends on exactly how things go. Like, I know there's gonna be no stream on Friday, but in terms of the rest of the weekend, I'm not sure. It could be even Monday the next stream, so I don't know. So yeah, let me just make this raid official. Okay, let me just check to make sure he's still on before I make this raid official, because yeah, just gonna make sure he's still on. Gotta make sure this guy's still on before I make the raid official. On. Oh, there we go. Oh, you gotta love touch. Okay, looks like he's still on. Good. So let me just make this raid official again. Okay. Okay, so now that it looks like we have everybody here, so let me quickly wrap this up before we do the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching all the photo editing, and hopefully you learned something about photography and photo editing. Again, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. I'll do my best to answer them. Thank you to Rise for the host. Thank you to Chris for the gifted subscription, to Chambered. Thank you to Mance for the follow. I really appreciate it. Next stream is going to be to be determined. It depends on, like, I know there's no stream on Friday. In terms of the rest of the weekend, I'm not 100% sure. We'll see. Could be Sunday, could be Monday, but just keep an eye out for my live notification when I get the next stream. But hopefully I'll be able to see you all at the next stream. Now let's say hi to Kev.